never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. An off-duty pilot's facing 83 counts of attempted murder for allegedly trying to crash an Alaska Airlines flight.
A pilot who was deadheading. In other words, he was not flying the plane, but he was seated in the cockpit as a passenger. For some reason, suddenly tried to shut the engines down of that passenger plane.
Tom Costello with NBC News says a flight from Everett, Washington to San Francisco on Sunday operated by Horizon Air diverted to Portland due to the incident. Police say suspect Joseph Emerson was sitting in the flight deck jump seat and tried to pull the fire extinguisher handles to shut off the engines. He was overwhelmed by the flight crew and remains behind bars. It's a neck-and-neck presidential race.
In a hypothetical presidential race, President Biden and former President Trump are deadlocked at 37% each. That's according to a Suffolk University USA Today poll. The survey encompassed 1,000 voters, considering a four-way race, also including independent candidates Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Cornel West. Kennedy gained 13% of the vote, while West received 4%. I'm John Schaefer.
Recent research suggests that the moon's age might exceed previous estimates. A new study examining remnants of molten crystals from the lunar surface indicates that the moon could be approximately 40 million years older than previously believed. This year, Halloween candy prices have surged by 13%, as reported by both the U.S. Bureau of Labor and a supply chain expert from UCLA. The increase in costs can be attributed to the elevated expenses of ingredients and labor. Consequently, the average American household is projected to allocate around $35 for candy this year, a rise from the previous year's $30 expenditure. Well, Halloween is supposed to be scary. Dave Collins, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right Now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he's completely recovered from health issues that led him to freeze while taking questions from reporters. McConnell said he's in good shape. He's back on the job during an interview on CBS's Face the Nation. McConnell froze up while taking questions from reporters on Capitol Hill and in a separate incident in his home state of Kentucky. The son of a Nashville police chief is wanted for shooting 2 Laverne police officers. Lance Pry has the story.
A manhunt continues for the chief of police's estranged son for shooting 2 police officers. John Drake Jr. is accused of shooting the officers Saturday afternoon while they were investigating a stolen vehicle outside of Dollar General. Police in Laverne, Tennessee say both officers are in stable condition after being shot. Laverne is about 20 miles southeast of Nashville. Authorities say the suspect is the estranged son of Nashville Police Department Chief John Drake. In a statement, Drake said he's deeply saddened that his son was involved and that his prayers are with the 2 officers.
More than 61,000 gun cases sold nationwide are being recalled due to malfunction that can allow unauthorized people to access dangerous weapons and already led to the death of a child. Illinois-based Fortress Safe announced this week that the biometric gun safes were being recalled due to a serious safety hazard and a risk of death caused by a programming feature that made the safes more accessible. You are now up to date. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So much. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Here we go. Let's kick it off. And that, my friends, is how you close out the greatest day of the week. Hope you're feeling better, Captain Ron, as we wrap up a Monday, crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So we kick off another full 5 hours, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. On a clear night outside the Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio, 48 at this hour. 48 degrees, not too bad. So what's in the mix as we get the new day started? Updates, lots to cover. News you need. No shortage of industry headlines. Some good news, some not so good news. according to FreightWaves, or maybe it was the trucker, the peak season. This is the time of year. This is supposed to be the busy time. I know for many, many years, when we would take our cruises in the month of October, a lot of drivers would say, no, that October is a month where we're forbidden from taking any time off. I don't know if that's necessarily still the case, but the peak season for trucking is off to a muted start, is the word, according to the Cass Freight Index. The good news for shippers is they're likely to experience favorable rates continuing through the holiday season. The not so good news is for the truckers who haul that freight, because you don't want to be hauling cheap freight. Well, we still do not have a Speaker of the House. That debacle continues to unfold. We've got the latest. I believe there are now eight names on the list where they'll be voting, apparently bright and early here on Tuesday. They had a vote scheduled for Monday, and again, that fell apart. We'll bring up some misunderstanding about the rules, the voting procedures when it comes to the Speaker of the House. We'll give you the latest there. All the latest out of the Middle East, of course. I had a big-time mess this past day, what they call super fog in Louisiana. A total of, I believe, all said and done, 25 separate crash scenes, 2 fatalities, 30 people sent to hospitals along that stretch of I-55 between Baton Rouge and New Orleans Monday, blaming it on the fog. Several of those crashes actually resulted in fires along Interstate 55. That was quite the mess, shut down both directions. Not a good way for some folks to be starting the new week. Meanwhile, I'm not really seeing anything as far as the wintry precip on the radar here in the lower 48 just yet. But as we look to the north of the border, areas from, say, Calgary to Saskatoon, there in Canada, the snow's a-coming. The big pattern change we discussed last evening across the West, laying the foundation for a disruptive winter storm this week. As the cold front and atmospheric energy moves through, the first flakes of snow will begin to fall as we head into the day here Tuesday, the northern Rockies. During the overnight hours, that's supposed to get underway. That would include the Cascades in Washington and Oregon, the mountains in northern and southeastern Idaho, western Montana, and northwest Wyoming. This initial wave of precip, there's not a whole lot of moisture for this system to work with here, so it's going to be a lighter snow. The least disruptive of 2 systems that will be unfolding this week across the West and even eventually the plains. And it's expected to fall as mainly rain from the Great Basin to the foothill grasslands of Montana. But it will begin to cause the temperatures to tumble. I mean, you go back here last week, we were talking record highs in many areas out west. Parts of Great Falls, Montana, you saw temperatures in excess of 80 degrees. There were several record highs set last week. So this first system, not the big concern. The mid to late week storm could actually bring blizzard conditions to some. Nothing short of the first significant winter storm the nation has seen for this upcoming winter season. So they've been advising folks in that region of the country early this week, get prepared, get ready, unpack the winter gear, get the shovels out, the coats, the hats, the gloves. Maybe a good idea to start up that snowblower to make sure it's functioning properly. This second system, a potent area of low pressure, moves ashore in the Pacific Northwest later in the day today, Tuesday. That will cause snow to break out again over the Washington Cascades into Tuesday night. With that system, we're talking 6 to 12 inches of accumulation into Wednesday, including at pass levels. Now, anytime there's the potential for accumulating snow over the passes, there's the risk that we could be talking some of our first wintertime road closures. At the same time, snow breaks out across the northern Rockies. Most passes from the Washington Cascades to the northern Rockies can experience snow, which will slow logistical operations. And since the temperatures behind the storm will remain below freezing, those accumulations will begin immediately on the roads and the sidewalks. So we're going to be talking definitely slippery conditions by early Wednesday, from Billings to Helena to Missoula, Montana. The Oregon Cascades in a wide area from northeast Oregon across central and northern Idaho, most of Montana, and northern Wyoming, looking for a general 3 to 6 inches of snow from this storm. You get over to parts of northwest North Dakota, you could see some heavier amounts. I mean, we're talking 6 to 12 inches. By Thursday, the snow begins to expand further south and east into portions of the central Rockies and Plains as this storm strengthens. And that's going to kick up the winds later this week. That's going to add another layer of concern with blowing and drifting snow. By the time we get to Thursday, which is just a couple days away, we could be talking blizzard-like conditions across portions of the Dakotas, blowing snow, drifting snow, and reduced visibility. Major interstates to be impacted, 29, I-90, and 94. In the northern plains, several inches may accumulate there. Drifts may be in excess of a foot with the winds there. Kind of complicating things will be some rain falling from Tuesday and Wednesday in parts of the northern plains ahead of that transition to snow, which means as the temperatures fall well below the freezing mark later this week, we'll see some freeze-up issues on the wet spots, the wet areas as they freeze over. Keep in mind, this is going to be the first wintry precip of the season for most of these areas. We don't really have anything as far as treatments on the roadways. As the winter progresses with each additional storm, more and more salt and treatment is layered on the roadways, which tends to help melt things early on. That's not going to be the case this week. I have a sneaky suspicion we'll see a lot of it. That first snow always wreaks havoc on travelers. Like in a matter of 4 months, 5 months' time, you totally forgot how to drive in wintry precipitation. But all right, meanwhile, the weekend storm and the cold in the northeast. Things are going to be drying out and warming up. How about another shot of warmer temperatures as a big area of high pressure over much of the eastern third of the country this week, as our daytime highs are going to be trending upward for much of the eastern USA. Philadelphia, after daytime highs trend through the 60s into the day today, Tuesday, you'll be back into the 70s by Wednesday and maybe peaking within a few degrees of 80 between Thursday and Saturday this week. How about that? Similar story for our nation's capital, D.C., and the Baltimore area. Highs in the 80s are in the forecast for later this week. New York City, Boston, further to the west over to Pittsburgh, temperatures climbing into the 70s for the middle and latter portions of this week, and even over the next weekend. The nighttime and morning hours still on the chilly side, especially for the first half of the week here. We do have some frost and freeze advisories along portions of the eastern seaboard. Let me pull that up here. It's mostly just frost advisories tonight. We'll say the eastern half of all the way down into North Dakota. North Carolina, almost out of the South Carolina line. Eastern Virginia, much of Maryland, New Jersey, southern Pennsylvania, on up toward the Boston area. Higher elevations there in northern Virginia, you're actually going to see some hard freeze warnings in place there. So for much of the eastern seaboard, probably this is, I think, the first official frost of the season. Sensitive vegetation, you should have the blankets covering things as we're going to see that frost developing during the overnight hours. All right, we'll delve more into the warm-up in the Northeast. Same time, we're going to see a storm traversing the central states, bringing quite a bit of rain, much-needed rainfall to portions of where we've got drought conditions. We need some rain on that Mississippi River region where water levels have been running at historic lows. This is going to definitely be a beneficial rain to work down into the main stem of the Mississippi River over the next couple of days. Well, hello to Larry out of the box here on a Tuesday morning. Good afternoon, as he likes to say. Hammer down and be safe as we're back in the saddle after the good barbecue competition over the weekend. All right, give us a full report how things went there. Philly Dan, good morning. All right, it comes down to this. Phillies need a win tonight. Yes, indeed. Here's what we've got in the American League Championship Series that wrapped up here a couple of hours ago. The Texas Rangers, with an exclamation point, sealing their fate to move on to the World Series. I believe the final score was 11-4 over Houston. And now, the past day, we had the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks bounce back for yet another win. They are now tied at 3 games apiece. So who will it be? As Philly Dan said, it's somebody's going home. Somebody's season will end, and we will know, will it be the Diamondbacks or the Phillies to face those Texas Rangers in the World Series. All right, exciting times. Go Phillies, right? Hello to Rockpick. Hello, Steve. Third shift workers, wise old night owls, right now at the Rochester International Airport. Kind of an overcast 46 degrees at this hour. Happy Tuesday, all you hardworking Americans. Let the journey begin on the overnight drive. Everyone stay safe out there and enjoy. All right, couple of more here. Kevin, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. A little chilly here in the state of Ohio tonight. John chimes in, Steve, and Steve, that's Godspeed to you and all the listeners out there. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Copy the mail. There's 5-7 Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Shorty, I guess up and at 'em, right? Orlando turnaround number 1. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. Hanging on at 62 degrees. Glenn says, good morning, Steve, and everyone out there. Well, the downward spiral continues. Found out today that myself and over 100 drivers and support staff will be losing our jobs January 1. First Fleet Trucking Terminal in Atlanta. As they say, one door closes and another door opens, I suppose. And that's great news to get right as you're headed in to the holiday season. Well, at least I guess you're getting some advance notice. Yeah, get those applications out there and hopefully in very short order get something lined up so you don't miss a beat through the holidays and have to roll into the new year looking for a job, right? Good luck, Glenn. Gerald says the Ohio State Patrol going to be going to the Dodge Durango and phase out the Chargers. Really? Interesting. State Patrol. They've used the Chargers for I don't know how many years. Heat wave on board from the Hacienda in New Mexico. I'll be headed out tomorrow. Should be back by Friday. Oh, and we may hear from Right Wing Nut. That's Right Wing Nut. At some point later this morning, so he says. We'll wait for that anxiously. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. 844-844-3388 on a Tuesday morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Temple, Texas is on board. Hello, Donnie. Good morning from Temple, Texas. We go from Texas to Ottawa, north of the border there. Hello, Steve. Enjoying the show. Steve from Ottawa. Good to have you on board. Hello, Gilligan. Time to get that week started. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. It's a cool 46 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Good morning, trucking friends. Justin says hello from Lakeville, Minnesota this hour. Hello, Daniel. Missoula, Montana. We got winter coming back. It happens every year. Right now we're at 52 degrees here by Missoula, Montana. But the fuel keeps going up. There are going to be a lot of people shutting down. The biggest thing to remember, winter driving, have some good tires that actually have good traction. Slow down. It's not a racetrack out here. And if you're not comfortable driving in the bad weather, get off the road so you don't cause an accident. Pretty simple advice, but yep, Daniel, it's that time of year. I see much of Montana as I pull that screen back up here. Especially central and western Montana. Winter storm warnings for eastern Montana, that northwest corner of Wyoming, and on over into northern and western portions of North Dakota. They've got the winter storm watches still in place there as they await the first big storm coming up here in a couple of days. Short order. It'll be here before you know it. Got a couple of others. Hello, Pappy. 49 or 48 degrees. Harrison, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Time to crank it up and dial it up at 844-844-3388. What's going around, not just the good old USA, but around the world. Looks like I'll have to attend a training class in the morning. 800 or 8 hours, rather. 8 hours of torture. I'm trying to stay awake. I may have to check out early this morning, though. Hammer down and stay safe. 8 hours of torture. I can tell you're so looking forward to that, huh? Hello, Dave. It's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight. 33 degrees. They're telling us 75 degrees by Friday and Saturday. All right, look forward to that. Brain Dead, morning. Happy Friday for him. It's been a long week. I'm needing a break. Finally got the grass cut for, well, is it, you think, the last time this year? Still got a couple of other things I'll have to do over the next couple of days. Steve sent you an interesting story about yellow. That's all I got to say about it. It's about damn time. I'll try to call in later. Yes, I got that story. I had not seen that. I don't know how I missed it. But yeah, I printed that up and said, what's going on with yellow? All right, we'll share that with the audience, all coming up here. There's Norman. Hello from the home 20 tonight, north central Kansas, right? I'll be moving a crane today. Won't load the big tipper until Tuesday night. And Santa Claus, hey there, top of the morning, Steve, 68 degrees here in Sacramento, California. Actually cooking some ribs tonight. Sounds good right about now. All right, we'll get to the calls following the news break. Who we got on board there? Speaking of heat wave, checking in from the Hacienda on board. Looks like the anonymous hippopotamus will be checking in. Knucklebuster, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Mentioned the incredible fog that settled in to start the week. I-55 from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, multiple crashes, some which resulted in fires. The situation on the interstate described as utter gridlock. One person rescued from a waterway after their vehicle careened off a bridge. New Orleans area school buses, they say, were also running as much as an hour behind to get the new week started there. The National Weather Service described it as super fog, dense fog and smoke that had combined to form what is known as super fog. Yes, it is a technical name, they say. All right, news break here on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The White House is asking Israel to hold off on a ground invasion of the Gaza Strip while it works to free hostages held by Palestinian militants.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken told CBS's Face the Nation.
But in terms of what we're talking to Israel about with regard to their military operations, it really is focused on both how they do it and how best to achieve the results that they seek.
The administration reportedly not asking Israel to cancel any invasion. It just wants more time. I'm Corey Myers.
2 Israeli women held hostage were released earlier today. In September, close to 270,000 unauthorized immigrants were apprehended while crossing the southern border, marking the highest monthly figure ever recorded. Among these, 18 individuals whose names appeared on the terror watch list. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you so much, and welcome back here. Real quick, I left off updating what turned out to be 25 separate accident scenes. I believe, all said and done, only 3 tractor trailers involved, surprisingly enough. I-55. Interstate closed for hours, waiting for the fog to clear out. National Weather Service says super fog is created when a mixture of smoke and moisture is released from damp, smoldering organic material like brush, leaves, and trees that then mixes with the cooler, nearly saturated air, and visibility is lowered to less than 10 feet. The whole scenario is like you can't see over the hood of your vehicle. Now, when you've got light wind conditions, super fog just meanders through the lower terrain areas, creek beds, drainage ditches. Obviously, super fog can be very dangerous when it's present over highways. It's been the cause of numerous multi-vehicle pileups. All right, officers from multiple agencies responding, trying to sort out the mayhem. Not only did the accidents shut down 55 west of Lake Pontchartrain, but also I-10, which connects New Orleans to Baton Rouge. People in the area were being asked by WWL television to prepare for similar issues on Tuesday morning. So you've already been given the advice, the heads up, that we could see more of the super fog in that region later this morning. Use caution for those driving in that part of the country. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing well. I guess so you're hanging out at the Hacienda tonight and you'll be hitting the road tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds like I'm going to be staying on the road for an extended period of time if that weather comes through, like you said. Oh, boy, there ain't nothing more funner than staying out. And yeah. Anyways, hey, first of all, I want to thank everybody for the happy birthday wishes y'all give my daddy. He was great. I told him Sunday to expect a bunch of people giving him greetings, and he just like, wow. So again, I do deeply appreciate everybody, and I'm greatly humbled by the experience there.
And was
thank
that
y'all again.
Was that 86 years young?
Yeah. I told him, I says, hey, you got another 14 more to go before you hit 100. Let's try for it. And he was like, well, we'll see. So, I mean, what else can you say? But yeah, he's a cranky old fart. He gave the company to my brother, Holscher Pest Control, there in the Temple, Texas area. So hey to Donnie, I guess that was the guy that was from calling in from Temple, going up to Canada. By the way, Donnie, if you'd go ahead and just turn your rig to the east there on Highway 190 and just give a shout out, I'm sure he'd appreciate it too. So, anyways, yeah, it's been a rather interesting weekend. Dallas didn't lose. Of course, again, they didn't win, and I understand the bye week was a 4-point favorite, so I don't know what to tell you on that. So the Rangers going to their, I guess it'll be the third World Series that they've been in. They lost to the Giants, and the latest loss in the World Series for them was to the Cardinals. And I think they got swept both times. I'm not really for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, it's nice to see Texas going in. But, I mean, what's more remarkable is Houston. That was their 7th trip to the American League Championship Series in a row. I mean, I don't know what it is about Minute Maid Park during the playoffs. They just can't seem to win there. And, of course, and again, Texas didn't do too good playing at the ballpark either. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know who's going to be favorite in this. But, yeah, it's going to be an interesting series, I hope.
It looks like the Rangers have the home field advantage this year for the World Series.
Ah, damn. Well, if they can win at least 2 of those and then win the rest on the road, I think people will be happy. So, but yeah, I'll tell you what. There is one character, and I think it's Sundance, that was on the put a post on your page talking about the high price of fuel in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, try not to be political, but why is this happening? Well, I just said, you know what, there's gasoline is going up because of the winter blend mix getting put in. So, I mean, there's a higher demand for gasoline. And I said on the other front, there was an idiotic demand or change of policy that made us dependent upon foreign oil. And he come back and he says, well, I asked you not to be political. He says, is it Trump's fault that everything else is expensive around the world as well, or something to that extent? And I said, you know, I didn't make it political. I just gave you facts. I'm tired of saying something that makes your butt hurt, but, you know, facts are facts, you know, whether you like it or not. So, I don't know. You've got these people out there that are trying to tear you down because you had in the past and you have right now a good program. You know, it's like was it last week, the one Miss Franklin or whatever called in talking about
right,
the
yeah,
skin color.
Right, you're right.
Yeah,
interracial marriage.
Like,
So,
what does that got to do?
where the hell did that come
What
from?
has that got to do with exactly? You know, that doesn't change the price of rice in China. So what the hell has it got to do over here?
Yeah.
You know, these people are absolutely wacko, and it proves every time they call in. And you know, I was talking to Woody and earlier today, and it's like, you know, the guy starts off with something that makes sense. You know, he builds up to something, and he hits a plateau, and then he veers way off in the left field. It's like, you didn't see that coming. But I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about these people, except we as a species are dumb. That's all I can think of. You know, we learn by repetition. and if we don't experience pain one way, we'll experience it another. But so it's been a wonderful, quiet weekend, and I noticed the clouds are coming in over here, over the hacienda. It was a clear day all day today, and then earlier on this evening it started clouding over, and I'm thinking, well, it's a sure sign something's coming. I think it's around 55 out here right now, and just as calm can be. As old Jerry Clowers would say, it is graveyard dead out here, weather-wise. So, I mean, you can probably hear a cricket fart somewhere in the next neighborhood. I mean, that's how quiet it is out here. But, so other than that, how did your Bengals do this weekend?
They had a bye week, so they did not lose.
Well, there you go. Well, that's good. I'm sure Bo Burrows needed a break. Try to pull his head out of somewhere and get the rest of the team to follow him. Do you think, and I may be a conspiracy theorist on this, but do you think when he allegedly got hurt in the practice during the preseason, you think that was a ploy to get more money and then come back up and say, okay, now I'm better? And with him not practicing, that hurting him with his timing with his receivers?
I'm trying to remember how that all timed out. I mean, did he get that $275 million contract before he got hurt? I thought he got the contract first. But I can't recall how it all unfolded. But
you see these players go out there, and they either gripe about the money or they say, oh, I'm just not feeling all that great, and they get the expectation that they're going to start.
Yeah.
First game of the season. And, you got to work for the money. You may not like the job, kind of like someone else I know. You don't like the job, but you do it because it's what you got. You worry about the pay later, especially the players. I mean, good night. How much does it cost to get, a nosebleed seat at a football game or even at a baseball game? I mean, it's got to be running the high three digits. Or am I way off in that assessment?
Oh, I haven't paid to go to an NFL game in a long time. I've only been to a handful in my lifetime, but yeah, I mean, it's hundreds of dollars to go to a game, and then, I mean, even after paying that kind of price, and you pay $50 to park. Yeah, how many blocks away? Then they charge you for like what, $15, $12, $15 for a beer.
Yeah, that goes along with the $10 hot dog.
Exactly.
But Steve, I wouldn't expect you to pay anything because, man, you're a high-profile celebrity. They're probably just throwing tickets at you and the family, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. 50-yard line in box seats. I got you. Well, Senor, I'm going to let you go. And, again, thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes y'all give my father. He really appreciates it, and I do, too. All right, Senor, we will holler at you later. You have yourself a good night.
Thank you so much for checking in from Apple Turkey, New Mexico. That's what he calls it. Yeah, Texas Rangers going back to the World Series after an 11-3 blowout over the Astros, Game 7. At Minute Maid Park. The Astros are the only team in Major League Baseball, NBA, or NHL history to lose a 7-game series by dropping 4 games at home. And now they've done that twice in the 2019 World Series against the Washington Nationals and now in the ALCS against the Rangers. Garcia led the way with an incredible 2-home run, 5 RBI performance, embracing his role as the villain after his role in Game 5's bench-clearing incident that left Brian Abreu suspended for the first 2 games of the 24 regular season for hitting Garcia. Corey Seager, Nathaniel Lowe also homered in the rout Bruce Bochy became the first manager to lead 3 different teams to the World Series. The San Diego Padres, San Francisco Giants, with whom he famously won 3 titles in the 2010s, and now the Texas Rangers. All right, it was the earlier game where the Diamondbacks stunned the Philadelphia Phillies at Citizen Bank Park 5-1 in Game 6, behind 8 strikeouts from Merrill Kelly, forcing a Game 7 in that series, which will be coming up later on today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I hope your week's off to a good start. A lot of folks just getting their week started tonight, as a matter of fact. Hello to Gregory. Fair skies in Walnut, California. We're at 64 degrees. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois. Hey, back to the anonymous hippopotamus. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So the Houston Astros, what happened? I thought they had that whole program set up there that they could see what the other team's signs were, so they knew what the other team was going to do, so they could.
Yeah, that's history.
Yeah,
that's history.
Yeah, all right. So, and as far as Philadelphia goes, win or lose, it doesn't matter. They'll have the same urban renewal party there. Oh, wait a minute. Can we say that? Oh, they usually have. I don't know. Somehow or another, when they have their celebration parties up there, it seems like half the city gets has to be reconstructed there when they get done with their celebratory actions out there in the streets. So I don't know. Maybe they'll have the celebration party down there on Kensington. What do you think? If the Phillies
wouldn't that be special? That would be astounding. Yeah.
I tell you, that would put that right there. They can do that with the Macy's parade, and they can have the Kensington parade with the. Wouldn't that be good on mainstream TV?
Can't you envision the walking zombies like actually climbing the light poles and things like that?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So, anyways, so what'd you say it was? The Charger that they're phasing out there, and. Didn't they say that was the one that they were going to phase out from the internal combustion and put over in the electric line? And they had a whole bunch of people all complaining that the Charger was going to be an electric car instead of being internal combustion. I think that was what, I don't know. Gilligan will call and tell you about that.
That was the one. I mean, but they're going to the Dodge Durango, phasing out the Charger.
Okay. Well, the Durango is like an SUV, and the Charger's a sedan. So I don't know how you go from one to the other. But all right. Anyways, hey, speaking of now, we're in the car business here. Did you happen to catch that the I guess because of probably interest rates a little bit and the price of cars and the amount of people are actually making and can afford to pay? Did you see that we have one of the highest repossession rates of all time now, cars being repossessed?
Yeah, auto loan defaults. And yet they're saying there's going to be, I don't know, an incredible tsunami of repossessions coming down the pike.
Yeah, something like that. Well, I don't know how it was this last time when you went car shopping for your daughter and that. You always go in and the salesperson there is always like, well, how much do you want to pay a month? They won't tell you what the price of the vehicle is or, how much your interest rate is. They just want to know how much you want to pay a month. So, if you want to pay $200 a month, well, you can do that for the next 18 years, no problem. We'll sign you right up. But, it's just people are getting so far overextended with these prices of everything. And, the interest rates are up and your money doesn't go as far. The gas prices are up. You can't afford to put gas in the car. And of course, wages are where they are. Of course, the Whopper floppers there at McDonald's out there in California, they're going to be doing a lot better because they're going to get $25 an hour now, right? Isn't that what they're going for? But it's just so how is all this going to work out with this UAW strike? Now I see that they upped it. What is it? That Stellantis or
Stellantis,
whatever?
yeah. Big walk out there today. I mean, it's kind of like reminiscent of when they hit the Kentucky Ford plant. They hit the big plant that, what is it they make there? I mean, this is their big, the Dodge Ram, the Ram pickup trucks.
All right. So when they get done with all this striking bit going on here, because we're going to have a little shortage of vehicles here at some point, but if they get the increased wages and the increased benefits of medical and everything, and what they wanted to get paid for 40 hours, but only work 32.
4-day work week, yeah.
The 40% now, how much is this going to cost in vehicles? I mean, how much is this going to increase the price in vehicles? And if we're already going to be having record, repossession or default on loans, how's this going to work out to be a good thing? Just asking, but I don't know. I just don't see it happening. And I told you last week, I don't know if we're going to buy another new vehicle or not. I mean, I know I won't be getting one to replace on the Suburban or pickup side. There won't ever be another new vehicle, but there might possibly be another one to replace the Subaru. But I don't know. It's going to be hard to see, but we're going to have to see what we got for interest and how crazy the prices go. But other than that, now it's good to hear the heat wave there. And I guess I hadn't heard mention there of his father having the birthday, so I guess happy birthday out to the Papa Heat Wave. I guess that's the heat wave mass pop. I don't know what would you call that? The maker of the heat wave?
Yeah, the patriarch, right? Is that the word, patriarch?
There you go. So anyways, happy birthday to him. And anyways, but I guess other than that, we got kind of clear sky. Temperatures dropping like a rock here. Up around the Capitol Beltway, it was colder on the Capitol Beltway than it was there in Roanoke, Virginia, because we were only at 44 degrees when you read that bit from Gilligan there. He said he was 46, and I'm getting down here into southern Maryland, and we're already down to 40, and they're talking definite frost out here. Might not be a hard frost everywhere, but there's going to be a definite blanketing of frost over all of Maryland, and I guess one last thing, if anybody's out there in Western Maryland, West Virginia way, Western Pennsylvania way, supposedly there's a guy on the loose out there that shot a judge, and I guess the judge had ruled in in a divorce proceeding
I
that
saw
he
that,
lost.
yeah.
He lost custody of his child.
Literally hours.
So
I saw that. Hours after the judge ruled against him, a dude showed up at the judge's house and killed him. Yeah, shot him in his own driveway. See if I can get an update on that. Yeah, but I guess the big UAW news this past day as we started the week, the UAW, upping the ante again, escalating the strike against, this time around, it was Stellantis, adding a factory that makes the Ram pickup trucks. 6,800 members walking out Monday morning at the Sterling Heights, Michigan assembly plant, which is a huge profit center for the company, they say.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Hamas has recently released 2 additional hostages, citing humanitarian grounds as the reason. However, a senior advisor to the Israeli prime minister has expressed skepticism about this claim.
Releasing 2, and they want to project themselves as, I don't know, as a normal political organization, as a humanitarian organization. But what is the truth? This is a brutal terrorist organization.
The hostages were identified as 2 Israeli women. This release comes after 2 American hostages were freed last Friday. According to Israeli officials, Hamas is still holding over 200 people hostage amidst ongoing hostilities between the 2 sides. According to National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby, U.S. forces will be strategically positioned in the Middle East due to concerns that the conflict between Israel and Hamas might escalate into a border conflict.
We know Iran continues to support Hamas and Hezbollah, then in some cases actively facilitating these attacks and spurring on others who may want to exploit the conflict for their own good.
Kirby noted an increase in rocket and drone attacks by Iranian-backed proxy groups targeting military bases housing U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. Senator Ted Cruz is proposing conditions for federal aid allocated to public schools for broadband access. Under his proposal, schools would need to implement restrictions on accessing social media platforms in order to be eligible for the funding. Additionally, Cruz's bill would establish guidelines to regulate the amount of screen time assigned to students as part of their academic coursework. Former President Trump has stated that Sidney Powell was never his attorney in light of Powell's plea deal in the Georgia election interference case. He did acknowledge, however, that Powell did a commendable job representing former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn in 2019. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The criminal fraud trial continues this week involving Sam Bankman-Fried. The founder of FTX, a renowned crypto exchange, is currently grappling with 7 serious criminal charges stemming from the company's abrupt collapse in the latter part of the previous year. Bankman-Fried potentially faces a life sentence behind bars. Nearly 270,000 illegal immigrants were caught crossing the southern border in September. That's the highest single month ever recorded. At least 18 people who were caught breaking the laws, names popped up on the terror watch list. The son of the Nashville police chief is wanted for shooting 2 Laverne police officers. Lance Pry has the details.
A manhunt continues for the chief of police's estranged son for shooting 2 police officers. John Drake Jr. is accused of shooting the officers Saturday afternoon while they were investigating a stolen vehicle outside of Dollar General. Police in Laverne, Tennessee say both officers are in stable condition after being shot. Laverne is about 20 miles southeast of Nashville. Authorities say the suspect is the estranged son of Nashville Police Department Chief John Drake.
More than 61,000 gun cases sold nationwide are being recalled due to a malfunction that can allow unauthorized people to access dangerous weapons and already led to the death of a child. Illinois-based Fortress Safe announced this week that the biometric gun safes were being recalled by a programming feature that made the safes more accessible. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, we'll kick off hour number 2. Kind of picking up right where we left off with horse feathers there. Yes, I had seen that and heard over the weekend looking for a surge in the number of vehicle repossessions. According to Cox Automotive, 1.5 million vehicles will be seized this year. That's the financial strain faced by car owners. Now, that news about 2 weeks after it was reported that the surge in interest rates has resulted in record high auto loan payments. if you have to borrow money to purchase a car, 1 in 5 borrowers now owe at least $1,000 a month, according to the Financial Times. Right? Yeah, the surge in delinquency rates on auto loans raising concerns about the financial challenges faced by car owners. With interest rate hikes, rising inflations, many Americans find it increasingly difficult to afford their monthly payments. The percentage of subprime auto borrowers at least 60 days past due on their loans hit 6.11% in September, the highest level since 1984. So nearly 40 years. Yeah, this increase, a clear sign of distress among car owners, especially considering the mixed signals in the economy. While interest rate hikes have made newer loans more expensive, other factors like higher car prices and borrowing costs also contributing to the problem. Now, Federal Reserve's indication that they're going to keep interest rates higher for an extended period of time is adding to the challenges faced by, in particular, subprime borrowers. Millions of Americans resume paying their federal student loans. Their ability to meet other financial obligations, including car payments, has become more strained. I don't know. I think Bidenomics is doing wonderful things for this country. You can couple that with the report this past day that the average annual percentage rate, the interest rate that retail credit cards charge, has hit a record high, 28.93%. According to Bankrate's annual retail cards study released on Monday, the average store-only credit card charges 30.24%. Co-branded credit cards charging 27.64%. Now, nearly half of the 107 cards that they surveyed, including Walgreens, Victoria's Secret, TJ Maxx, Kay Jewelers, charging interest rates higher than 30%. We used to see 30% as the high end for retail credit cards. Matter of fact, 29.99 was like an artificial barrier that you don't want to cross that line for psychological reasons. But the market has blown past that threshold given the Fed's aggressive series of interest rate hikes over the past year and a half. Essentially, he says, many major retail credit cards are charging customers interest that they would typically only charge subprime borrowers, people with bad credit. Now, if you carry a balance, a retail credit card probably is not the choice for you. If you finance a $1,000 purchase at the average retail card interest rate, and you make the minimum payments, you'll be in debt for 50 months and owe $715 in interest. So, Bidenomics. Morning, Knucklebuster. How's your week starting out?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Father Steve, forgive me for I sinned again last night. I went to bed on you over other side of Albuquerque there. So I'm back out here in Vegas tonight there. I know I just left last week and they want to know, could I turn and burn? And I reckon we'll make it happen. So, Joe got that contract before he got hurt, and the same with Aaron Rodgers. He had the contract for all his high-dollar money before he got hurt,
I thought that was the case. I thought they got the big contract, then he got hurt, and it's like, of course, then coming out, losing the first 2 games of the season under the highest-paid player in the NFL. That didn't look good, did it?
No, it sure didn't there. Well, I want to congratulate Ohio State, too, there. They put it on old Penn State there this weekend there. And I'll congratulate them Vikings. They beat them 49ers last night, Steve. They weren't expecting that one. I guess them Vegas bookies might have lost a little money on that thing there. Did you see where that fan was tackled by stadium security for streaking on the field after the Alabama-Tennessee game?
Now, you must have sent me that story just before you went to bed last evening. But, I mean, so the game was already well over, and the stadium was nearly empty. Is that correct? And this guy decided it was time to streak?
Right. Well, I know one thing. I wouldn't be tackling no naked man, so I'd just leave him running, wouldn't you?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely there. Yeah, that's people getting wild, man. Well, you can pay cash for just about everything you need, and buying an automobile is one thing. I'm 3 or 4 months ahead on Tennessee's payment. I don't buy brand new vehicles. I buy slightly used. In 2020, I bought her 2019 Chevy Silverado that was loaded. It had 35,000 miles on it. I paid $23,000 for it. That was before the chip crisis. Well, I can get more for it now than what I paid for it, Steve. So I think I got a pretty good deal then. I heard you Big Rig mattress commercial there. I sleep better with Tennessee, either on my Big Rig mattress or at the house, either way. So, but still, I guess some people sleep better on that mattress than they do at the house. I don't know.
Right.
It's 68 in Vegas out here and 72 at the house. I don't guess I got to worry about any of that snow they're talking about, right?
Not in Vegas. You're okay.
Yeah. I thought smoke and fog made smog.
That's what I'd always heard, smog. But, it's what they call it, super fog.
Yeah. Super fog. Okay. Well, anyway, let's shift gears again. Bible says in Genesis 6:3 that a man can live to be 120. My mama passed at 94. She said she didn't want to live to be that old. I don't know if I want to live to be that old either. 120 is a long time there, I saw this the other day with the rise of self-driving vehicles. It's only a matter of time until there's a country song where the guy's truck leaves him, see? So I guess you play it backwards, you get your truck back, right?
There you go.
Yeah, my Ford Mustang Mach-E recalled because the battery can't handle the owner's floor in it, trying to make it run like a gas-powered Mustang there. So, did you read where that Florida road crew unearthed an unusual find from the 1800s in the highway?
No,
they was digging up the highway, and it's the boat.
Oh, really?
With all kinds of junk in it. Yeah, I'll send you the link. But I mean, it was all kinds of stuff on that boat. So I don't know. Anyway, let me get finished up with all this, and I'll send it to you. Everybody hates Buc-ee's because they won't let no trucks in there, but they got a knockoff down there in Mexico now called Buckeyes, and they're in a legal battle with them. So Buckeyes versus Buc-ee's. Oh, way to go, man.
There you go.
All right, that'll be all my bull on it for this go-around. I'll call back a little later on. We'll talk about some politics there. How about that?
All right, sounds like a plan there. Knucklebuster, be safe. Let me give you the rest of the story. Yeah, the UAW. Stellantis gets hit on Monday. Roughly 6,800 workers at their Sterling Heights assembly plant in suburban Detroit. The union announced Monday after initiating the walkout. Currently, Stellantis has the worst proposal on the table regarding wage progression, temporary worker pay, and conversion to full-time, cost of living adjustments, and more, according to the UAW statement. So the walkout at Sterling Heights plant brings the total number of UAW members on strike with the Big Three to more than 40,000. This is the first escalation in nearly 2 weeks and the first new work stoppage at Stellantis in over a month. We've tried to do things the right way. We've taken our time. We've been patient with these companies. It's time to amp up the pressure and just seemed like the proper target at this time, this Sterling Heights assembly plant, according to Shawn Fain. It's their moneymaker. Stellantis says on Monday they're outraged that the UAW has chosen to expand its strike against the company, citing a new improved offer made by Stellantis on last Thursday, which included a 23% wage increase, a nearly 50% increase in company contributions to retirement plans and other enhanced benefits, following multiple conversations that appeared to be productive. We left the bargaining table expecting a counteroffer, but we've been waiting for one ever since, according to Stellantis. Our very strong offer would address member demands and provide immediate financial gains for our employees. Instead, the UAWs decided to cause further harm to the entire auto industry, as well as our local, state, and national economies. Company said the strike will have long-standing consequences, including loss of domestic market share to non-union competition, company profits, and profit-sharing bonuses for UAW members. Sterling Heights is one of the most important U.S. plants for Stellantis. However, the automaker's better poised to wait out a work stoppage versus their crosstown rivals at GM and Ford. Apparently, they have a relatively healthy supply of Ram pickups ready to go. Company had a 114-day supply of Ram 1500 pickups as of October 17, according to Cox Automotive. General Motors was down to a 100-day supply of the Chevy Silverado 1500, and Ford, a 99-day supply of the Ford F-150. The industry average is roughly 62 days, according to Cox. UAW Vice President Rich Boyer, who's leading the negotiations with Stellantis, said on Monday that there has been little movement by the company on key issues. He said discussions about the company potentially moving Ram 1500 production to Mexico, as well as the future of the Belvidere assembly in Illinois, which Stellantis indefinitely idled earlier this year, are still unresolved. He said it was time. We've been sitting at the table long enough with not enough resolution. Now, regarding the walkout there in Sterling Heights. Jolly Green Giant, hey there.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. As for this car strike, whatever, I don't know. I would say it doesn't look good. Maybe they're asking for too much. And if it's an all-time high on repossessions, and if they're going to give, 20-30% raise to these employees, I think that repossession rate's going to go sky high,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you right up front, the pickup truck, I've got a Dodge Ram 1500 pickup truck. It's almost paid off, and they want me to go and purchase another one. Nah, baby, nah. No way am I doing that. It's a nice pickup truck, 2018. And you think I'm going to pay 10% interest on the next loan? No, sir, I'm not. I think I'm going to do a Dave Ramsey plan. Next time, I'm going to pay cash for that pickup truck. Also, you were talking about the high interest rates of credit cards. Steve, Jolly Green had to put a roof on his house. Now, and I have a small double wide. So I wanted, of course, to put a roof on our house.
Mm-hmm.
Now, okay, now not everybody's got cash laying around. So
right.
What I did was, Jolly Green got 18 months, same as cash. Now, I want you to hear this. If you don't pay that off, you have any idea how much I would have had to pay them in interest believe it or not, it was over $7,000 in interest. That is double what that roof would have cost me if I had allowed that to go on. Jolly Green paid that off in 6 months.
Right.
That's the way you use credit. What you do is you use people's money and you pay it off before the end of the contract, so that way you're still paying cash.
And the idea is the 18 months same as cash, I think, and a lot of these credit cards are doing that, same kind of thing. If you don't pay it off before the end of the promotion, they go back and charge you interest on back from the day one, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And by the way, Steve, Best Buy does that. Home Depot, Lowe's does that. I have credit cards through Best Buy and through there. And I'm going to tell you right up front, if I could turn the clock back 20 years and do what I am doing now, credit cards, I would have got rid of all the credit cards because of what you're talking about, Steve. All right, my pickup truck is no problem. That's a fixed rate loan, but your variable rate loans on those credit cards, that's what kills you. For every $5,000, you're paying what, $100 in interest per month?
Mm-hmm.
So, or maybe $150 per month. So let's just say you got a $10,000. So you're looking at what, $300 a month in interest toward that credit card company. So you think that they're giving that to you for free? I'll tell you, I wish I could turn the clock back with what I know now. I would have not had any credit cards in my pocket. I'm being honest with you, Steve. Big mistake. These young people, I try to tell them here at this trucking company I work for, and the young people don't listen. It goes through one ear and out the other. All right? And the reason that I put on COVID-19, I'm selling Sex Maniac tonight, that a lot of we were talking about cancer. All right? And one of our drivers said, I believe they've had a cure for cancer for quite some time. Well, and I told him, I said, I agree with you. Now, why isn't the cure come out? All right? And this is where I told Sex Maniac, it's really all about money. Kevin said, and I quote, well, it's population control. No, it's about money. That's what COVID-19 is all about. It's not about killing off the population. It's about how much money we can make off of vaccinations and shots. Why would Fauci pushing all this stuff, Steve? We all know the answer to that. All your listeners know. You know why he was pushing it. He probably had millions of dollars in stocks in that Pfizer company. I'll bet you.
Yeah.
That's why the government was pushing this stuff. And, Sex Maniac kept saying, no, it's about power, money and power. No, it's all really all about money. Okay, and that's all there is to it. And even I will tell you, if I had to turn the clock back, I would not have taken those shots. I still believe I made the right decision to keep my wife from getting it, but she still got it, Steve. She still got COVID-19.
Right.
Because if you get it in your house, 9 shits out of 10, everybody else in your house is going to get it too, Steve. All right? And those shots are not going to stop that. They're lying to us, telling us that those shots are going to help. No, they do not. And they said, well, it's going to cut on this. It's going to cut the severity down. I don't believe it. Now, maybe all the studies says that that's true. My doctor will even tell you that that's true. I just don't believe it. In my heart, I don't believe that. But I don't know, Steve. These are confusing times. And I'm sure if Rambler's listening right now, Rambler, I heard it in church Sunday. These are confusing times we're living in. We are living in a time where a war is going on in the Middle East in Israel. So I'll tell you, and one of our drivers says, Russia and China, we're going to be in war with Russia and China. And I've been saying it for years. No, keep your eyes on the Middle East and keep your eyes on Israel. That is where World War III is going to occur. Now we got Iran? Oh, yeah, Iran. They come up with that nuclear bomb, look out. World War III, here we come. All right? And I found out by talking to my sister, our Army is in the Middle East right now.
Sure.
Our Army. Now, I don't remember how many troops are there. My sister's younger boy happens to be a major in the Army, and by December, he's going to be a lieutenant colonel. So I'm actually keeping a close eye on whether he goes to the Middle East or not. If that happens, I'll let you guys, and I know that we're in a war. So then that's what I'm concerned about. But I just want to tell you, love your show, Steve, and I appreciate you giving me my soapbox time. Sorry, Knuckle Buster, I think that baloney is rotten there, buddy. That's rotten baloney, brother. But I love hearing him. I love hearing him in his opinions. Keep calling him, Knuckle Buster. We'll talk to you later.
All right,
Bye.
John and Green, have a good morning. Real quick, before we hit news break here coming up. The other strike that is ongoing is the Mack Trucks. And Mack Trucks fired back at the UAW saying that they are, quote, not prepared to jeopardize the company to meet the union's new demands. Yeah, talks resumed last Thursday in the now 11, 12, I guess we're rolling into the 13 days. Unfortunately, the new UAW economic demands are completely unrealistic, according to Mack President Stephen Roy. We've already shown we're prepared to provide our employees significant improved wages, but we're not prepared to jeopardize the company. He said these demands seemingly return us to day one of the negotiations.
USA News Update. Hamas has recently released 2 additional hostages, citing humanitarian grounds as the reason. However, a senior advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister has expressed skepticism about this claim.
Releasing 2, and they want to project themselves as a humanitarian organization. This is a brutal terrorist organization.
The hostages were identified as 2 Israeli women. Senator Ted Cruz is proposing conditions for federal aid allocated to public schools for broadband access. Additionally, Cruz's bill would establish guidelines to regulate the amount of screen time assigned to students as part of their academic coursework. Former President Trump has stated that Sidney Powell was never his attorney in light of Powell's plea deal in the Georgia election interference case. He did acknowledge that Powell did a commendable job representing former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn in 2019. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. I mentioned the pileup there on I-55. The reports I had from earlier in the day were 3 fatalities, 30 hospitalized. Several of those hospitalized subsequently passed away, as the death toll is now at 7. Yeah, Norman chimed in. Latest here, just within the past half hour, they updated here a little after 1 a.m. from the Associated Press, says at least 7 killed in the super fog. The smoke from marsh fires and dense morning fog caused the series of wrecks on I-55 that left a long stretch of mangled, scorched cars, trucks, tractor-trailers, and estimated 158 vehicles involved, 25 injured, according to state police, who warned the death toll could climb as first responders continue to work into the night looking for victims, I guess, in the burned-out wreckage. The vehicles were crushed, piled atop each other, engulfed by flames. Some people got out of their vehicles and stood on the side of the road or on the roofs of their cars, looking in disbelief, while others cried out for help. Clarence Reed was driving with his wife and niece. Could see people waving their hands for her to stop. But when she did, her car was hit from behind and on the side by 2 other vehicles. Just boom, boom, boom. All you heard was crashing. She was able to scramble out of her car, but Reed was able to scramble out of the car, but his wife was pinned inside, injured her leg and side. Another driver, Christopher Cole, said he was already braking when a pickup truck drove on up on top of my work trailer and took me for a ride. He said, I could smell the smoke and I could hear the sound of crashing cars, popping tires. He was able to kick open the passenger door to escape and help pull others, pulling at least one other person out of a car window. while 25 were transported to the hospital, injuries ranging from minor to critical. Others sought medical aid on their own. Governor Edwards asking for prayers for those hurt and killed on Monday, issuing a call for blood donors to replenish dwindling supplies. State police shared aerial photos showing the crashed cars and extensive debris on both north and southbound lanes of the elevated interstate, which passes over swamp and open waters between Lake Pontchartrain and Mariapas. Monday afternoon, state troopers were still working to notify families, investigate the cause of the crashes. Well, it was you got visibility down to 10 feet. Traffic was backed up for miles in both directions. Visibility issues also prompted closures on portions of I-10 and the 24-mile Lake Pontchartrain Causeway at times. Now, National Weather Service said there were multiple wetland fires in the region. Smokes from the fires mixed with the fog, creating superfog. Just keep in mind that first report I had shared did say officials anticipate conditions similar to that here on into the upcoming day, Tuesday. All right, Sundance Kid on board. What do you say?
Hey, good morning, good morning. Heatwave was not talking to me on your page. I want to clear that up. When he said that he was arguing about Biden economics and everything. But anyway, I'm not, you blocked me from your page, we're not friends. But anyway, but just to let everybody know, the United States produced more oil last year in 2022 than it ever has in the history of the United States of America. And to that I say, congratulations. We are energy efficient. We don't rely on oil from other nations.
Well, see, that's what I did. I don't know. Maybe you weren't with us when I did address. I did confirm. I did, I mentioned on the program that we are producing record amounts, but we are still at the behest of the likes of OPEC, because we increased our production, I believe, like 3 million barrels. Well, OPEC and Russia, that they cut 3 million barrels per day. Yeah, so they're counteracting everything that we're producing. They're counteracting and taking it off the market. Now, what can we do about that?
Right. Well, okay. So this is what I've said before: is oil is a national security problem, and it's an economic. We talked about it the other day, that every time there's an oil problem, there's a bad inflation, recession, depression. All that happens within 2 to 3 years after that. Now, with those guys playing that game, it's almost speculation. When oil went to below a penny 2 years ago, we didn't buy up all the oil that was on the market. They would actually pay you to take the oil 2 years ago. And now we're playing this game of, well, we're going to cut it. Well, see, our people, Donald Trump and our oil companies, went over and made a deal with Russia and Saudi Arabia 2 years ago and told them to stop producing oil. Okay? So when you can manipulate the system, this is what you're going to get. So it's all. Well, I mean, our founding fathers
that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What you're saying, Sundance? Yeah, I mean, it's been more than 2 years ago, because Biden's been there for nearly three. Trump. Right. This is going back probably about a year before Trump left office. Yes, oil did hit, for the first time ever, a negative territory. The price dropped, was down to nothing. So he was trying to convince the likes of OPEC to cut production. But so how does that translate to today? If we're producing more oil now than we did under Donald Trump, how does that translate to where it's our fault?
It's not our fault. It's the way the system. It's a manipulation tool. You can manipulate it to whatever you want it to be. You understand? You can slow it down, your production, so you drive up the cost of the fuel. That's it. And we don't know if they're cutting it or not. We're not out there measuring it with a spigot every time they pump it.
Well,
they might be pumping it and setting it somewhere else.
At the same time, we've got the inventories. Cushing, Oklahoma is our big. That's our big hub, and the inventory levels have been dropping at Cushing, and that signifies we're going to, in all likelihood, we're going to begin to see, if we don't get the inventories to start coming up, we're going to maybe start looking at shortages, and we're heading into the time of year, when everybody's going to be stocking up on their home heating oil and their gas, filling things up.
Right. Well, didn't I hear the other day that the diesel prices have dropped 90 cents a gallon in California?
No, maybe. No, diesel prices are still at $6 and $6.40, I think, in California.
I didn't say diesel. I said gas. I said gas.
Gas prices.
Gas. The new winter blend, they said is cheaper. Yeah, they said gasoline has dropped 90 cents a gallon over the last 2 weeks in California. Now, and here's the other thing. Diesel was always cheaper in the price up until 1999. Now we've always been higher than gasoline and way higher than gasoline. So and diesel happens in the fracking process of making gas. It's less refined than gasoline. So why is it higher? Because
the transition occurred when we went to ultra low sulfur diesel. That was the catalyst for because gas was always $1 a gallon more than diesel. Ultra low sulfur diesel. Right. That's the one. That was the hallmark that caused diesel prices to go higher than gas. I hadn't heard anything about gas dropping 90 cents a gallon in California. Let's see, AAA gas prices. I'm looking right now. California, $5.44 for the regular unleaded, $5.67, then $5.82, and $6.23 for the premium. That's like the current numbers. Let's see, several hours ago. Let's see. Going back 3 weeks ago, gas prices in California up 80 cents in a month's time. Now, that was going back 3 weeks ago. And then just here a few hours ago, the California Energy Commission isn't necessarily an agency that the public or even reporters follow for their every twist and turn, but it does have a wide-ranging purview, and its decisions can affect people's daily lives. Last week, they voted to begin proceedings for two key initiatives that Governor Newsom says could lower prices at the pump. Let's see. Sign an executive order agreeing to move forward allows the commission to further evaluate gas prices. It also permits stakeholders, including environmentalists and oil companies, to weigh in and authorize staff and develop recommendations. I'm not seeing anything about it. I'll do some double checking. The commission's action on October 18 won't do much to immediately lower prices at the pump. As of Sunday, so that was day before yesterday, average price per gallon in California was $5.45 a gallon, higher than the national average by $1.90 per gallon. That was Sunday. So let me get a quick time out here. Got the inbred redneck coming up here. Looks like the right wing nut baby checking in room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
See where they say that when you do the transition from the summer blend to the winter blend, that winter blend gas will typically shave 15 to 20 cents off a gallon of gas, according to AAA. All right, who was it? Matt said, we got all kinds of things on the plate this morning. Steve, you heard anything about the guy that tried to take over the commercial plane? Yeah, I had that story before me. What a situation. A flight took off from Washington State bound for San Francisco, diverted to Portland over the weekend. A man identified as an off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot, subsequently arrested and charged with more than 80 counts of attempted murder as he tried to disable the plane's engines while the plane was airborne. Alaska Airlines Flight 2059, operated by Horizon Air from Everett, Washington to San Francisco, reported a credible security threat related to an unauthorized occupant in the flight deck jump seat. The crew secured the aircraft without incident, according to Alaska Airlines' statement yesterday. Following FAA procedures and guidance from air traffic control, the flight safely diverted to Portland International. It's being investigated by law enforcement authorities. All passengers on board were able to travel on a later flight. We're grateful for the professional handling by the Horizon flight crew and appreciate our guests' calm and patience throughout this event. The FBI confirmed they are investigating, but yeah, apparently a pilot, I guess they were just kind of shuttling him, allowing him, because he worked for Alaska. He was just trying to get to the other airport, but if I understand correctly, he tried to pull like the fire alarm, which would have apparently disabled the engines. Pulling a fire alarm in the cockpit is to try to put out a fire in the engines. And that would have disabled the engine. So I'm guessing he was either suicidal, homicidal, maybe both. But that's crazy. I don't know that they've identified the guy. Does this have anything to do with world events? What was his background? What's his country of origin? All those things, I'm sure that's what the FBI is looking into right now. What the hell was he trying to do? Inbred redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Summers. I tell you what, now I had a bit of a dismay this morning. And it reminds me, listening to the callers, had some business I had to attend to. Steve, I have never had a mortgage on a house. All the cars I've bought in my life, I paid cash for. And you know, at a certain point, you got to look at things and say, now, hey, this is a wheel train. You know, it's just like a little problem I had this morning. I noticed my insurance rates went up on my house. I was like, well, you know, what's the deal? So I called the insurance company the day before yesterday. I said, hey, why is my rates going up? I've had you guys for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had a claim. And you know what the guy told me, Steve? Well, we got to pay other claims, and you know about the hurricanes and stuff. I said, yeah, but, you know, your office is in Whitesburg, Kentucky. I'm sure your office ain't selling, you know, ain't paying for the repairs on the places in daggone Florida.
I guess it all depends on where they underwrite. It has been a year of natural disasters, right? Flooding. Yeah. You look at the severe weather season, tornadoes, and all that. I'm not sure what's going on with your phone there, Redneck. Hopefully it was just a bad connection. Maybe he can call back and we won't have it. It was all that background static. I know that was driving you nuts, so we'll do a take two. What do you say? If you can call us back. Let's go to the right wing nut.
Yes, it's a right wing nut. Yes. I gotta tell you, the more I listen to that Sundance, the more I think he is that character that the old heat wave was talking to. So, I mean, he starts off with a pretty good comment, and then he flies off into left field there. Boy, I tell you what, that's one crazy nut. Anyways, dadgummit, I'm trying to use jelly beans to keep from smoking them cigars. But I had that adult beverage earlier today, and I think I'm going to grab me another one. Yeah, I tell you what. So Biden don't want Israel to go in with the ground forces just yet. I mean, what do you think? Israel was attacked, kind of like Pearl Harbor, you know. No warning, no nothing. Not even a hint. And here it is, we're trying to keep them from attacking Hamas, Hezbollah, whoever the hell that is over there. Let's just say it's Iran, because they're the ones that are backing these groups up. Did anybody tell us not to attack when 9/11 happened? No, of course not. We lost a lot of people in that. And we promptly went in and we kicked some ass. Now, why can't we allow Israel to do the same thing? Or try to say, slow it down. We're trying to get our American people out. Well, that's fine. But how many billions of dollars are we going to have to spend?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jackass Joe done set up a precedent there with those Iranian hostages, prisoners, whatever you want to call them, Iranian Americans, by paying $6 billion to get them out of jail. Now, ain't that something? Your life and my life is worth $1 billion if we get taken up by these
right
criminals. Now, that's all they are. They're just criminals. So, I don't want to see no more of my taxpayer money going out to support Hamas or Hezbollah in supposed humanitarian, ways. I call that BS right on the spot. Whereas Colonel Sherman Potter would call it horse hockey. So, anyways, I think Israel has every right in the world to defend themselves in any way that they see fit. I thought it was awful funny earlier. That muzzy woman from Minnesota, or Minnesota. Rashid Tlaib, Harib, or whatever her name is, part of the squad, was saying, we're not going to put down no lies. And then what is she caught doing? Oh, Israel bombed the hospital, killed 500 people. Well, that's the only thing that Biden did right. He waited, and then he had video proof of the rockets taking off from Gaza. That I'm gonna need me some more M&Ms. But it shows this plume of fire coming up from the ground, and all of a sudden, kaboom! Not that far off the ground. Well, apparently that was the hospital.
And that was the rocket that was launched from not too far behind the hospital. Yes, that landed in the parking lot. About like 40% of Hamas rockets do, they tell us. But let's pause for a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The White House is asking Israel to hold off on a ground invasion of the Gaza Strip while it works to free hostages held by Palestinian militants.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken told CBS's Face the Nation.
But in terms of what we're talking to Israel about with regard to their military operations, it really is focused on both how they do it and how best to achieve the results that they seek.
The administration reportedly not asking Israel to cancel any invasion. It just wants more time. I'm Corey Myers.
2 Israeli women held hostage were released earlier today. In September, close to 270,000 unauthorized immigrants were apprehended while crossing the southern border, marking the highest monthly figure ever recorded. The majority of these apprehensions occurred between official entry points. Among these individuals, mostly from Central America, were 18 individuals whose names appeared on the terror watch list. During a press conference, Detroit Police Chief James White updated the public on the investigation into the murder of Samantha Wall, who was the president of a Detroit synagogue. During the press conference, he urged the public not to jump to any conclusions.
We certainly don't want folks to jump to a conclusion, but we certainly understand how one could arrive at those conclusions.
Chief White goes on to say that the department doesn't believe anyone else is at risk.
We don't feel, as of this press conference, that there's anything that supports anyone else being at risk as it relates to a hate crime.
A group of union members who have gone on strike are urging UAW President Shawn Fain to join them in receiving the same $500 paycheck as a gesture of solidarity. The union asserts that Fain will still receive his full salary, which is estimated to exceed $200,000. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new Suffolk University USA Today national poll finds President Biden and former President Donald Trump are tied at 37% each in a four-way race. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. polls 13%, disproportionately hurting Trump, and Cornel West takes 4%, disproportionately hurting Biden. A bad decision by Good Samaritan in Worcester Township, Pennsylvania, cost many lives. Lance Pry has the details.
3 people are dead and 1 hospitalized after a 3-vehicle crash on Saturday. Police report that a tanker truck carrying jet fuel hit 2 cars, one with a flat tire and one that stopped to help, that stopped in the right lane of the Northeast Extension, I-476, in Worcester Township. The crash caused a fire that stretched down the highway. The driver of the truck, as well as the driver and passenger of the car that stopped to help, have died. The driver of the car with the flat tire is still in the hospital. The crash caused all lanes to the interstate to be closed for multiple hours.
Turns out the moon may be much older than previously thought. According to a new study, it's about 40 million years old based on remnants of molten crystals from the lunar surface. Scientists from Chicago's Field Museum say the shards reveal an ancient cataclysm likely created the moon earlier than originally believed. Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, took in an estimated $31 million over the weekend, beating Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon that finished with just under $24 million. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, with that, we'll kick off another hour here. Yeah, we'll get to the latest on the Speaker of the House, or lack thereof, debacle, which continues to be a real circus there in D.C. Get it together, guys. Come on. Meanwhile, we'll finish up with the right wing nut.
yes, right wing nut, yeah. Yeah, I tell you, that, I can't believe that. I just had myself an adult beverage, and apparently it burned worse than a cigar. So anyways, yeah, that old Rashid Tlaib, or whatever her name is, excuse me, just as soon as she said we ain't gonna be
I think you need another cigar.
lies.
Woo!
I think I need another adult beverage is what I believe. Woohoo! So, anyways, first she says we ain't gonna perpetuate lies, and then she does. It's like, when in the hell are we gonna get these people out? You know, every voting cycle. Well, they're not doing the will of the people. But yet the people keep voting in the same idiots, both sides. I mean, I don't understand it. I really don't. So, anyways. But yeah, I mean, just to think, your life is worth $1 billion. I wonder how much money they had to shell out to get those 2 Israeli women back from Hamas or Hezbollah or whoever the hell it is. I'm sure they just didn't give them up as we're nice people. Yeah, hell, you can't be a nice person if you go ahead and attack somebody, take women and children and men, babies, cut their heads off, rape the children, rape the women. I mean, this whole damn world's going to hell in a handbasket, and I think we're about another flush away from going there. So anyways, I'm going to let you go before I cough my damn fool head.
Yeah, get you another adult beverage. I mean, numb things up a little bit, right? All right, here's what we know. Hours before, House Republicans were scheduled to vote on a speaker Monday. The Republican conference announced although the 9 contenders for speaker would make presentations, there would be no votes afterwards. Instead, the 221 Republican members will meet behind closed doors this morning, Tuesday morning, and immediately commence voting on a candidate to wield the gavel. There was considerable confusion over the rules for voting. Several members insisted on Friday, and several news outlets, including Newsmax, which I had shared from their outlet last evening, reported that there would be 2 ballots. The first in which all candidates competing, and then the second would be a runoff between the top 2 vote getters. That's what we had shared. Apparently that is not the case. It turns out, in response to several questions by House members, House Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik sent out a memo explaining the actual rules, which say if more than 2 members are running for the same office and none receive a majority, and none receive a majority of all votes cast, another ballot is held, and the member receiving the lowest number of votes on the first ballot is dropped from consideration. And then the balloting repeats until a member receives a majority of all votes cast. Now, with 8 in the fray to start things off this morning, I highly doubt one will actually get a majority. It could happen. But ultimately, only when a speaker designate is chosen would then the full House vote on just whether he or she becomes speaker. Is that clear as mud now? So first vote. If no one gets a majority, they'll drop the lowest, the contender with the lowest votes, and then they'll vote again with 7 on the ballot, then 6 on the ballot. Unless, magically on the first or second ballot, someone gets a majority, then they go to the full House with that individual. Now, with so many in the mix, I think one actually had already dropped out. All of those who were in contention for the speaker signed a pledge this past day to support whoever the eventual nominee is, authored by Republican Conference Chair, again, Elise Stefanik, circulated by Representative Mike Flood of Nebraska to help ensure the nominee gets the 217 votes necessary. Flood's office confirmed that every candidate signed the pledge. House Republicans need to elect a speaker as soon as possible to return to work on behalf of the American people. It's time to put personalities and politics aside and unite behind the next conference choice for speaker. The candidates pledge to support Speaker designate duly elected by the House Republican Conference, regardless of who that candidate is, when their election proceeds to the House floor. Further, I pledge to vote for the Speaker designate on the House floor for as long as they remain the Speaker designate. Now, Jim Jordan actually supported Steve Scalise when he was the nominee and vice versa, but it didn't matter. Scalise never advanced to a floor vote. Jordan, of course, lost 3 floor votes. And when we say all members signed on, this is all the candidates, the 9 candidates that were seeking the speakership. We could still, no matter whom amongst these 9 becomes the designee, speaker designate, if you still have those handful, 10, 20, as we saw the case was with Scalise and Jordan, of course, 14 out of 15 times with McCarthy, this could continue to be a long, drawn-out debacle of an ordeal. Hopefully they'll get it together. All right, Inbred Redneck got back through here. Let's see, is your phone any better now? It's got a lot of crackle in it. Are you on a landline or a pay phone or?
No, I wish I was at a pay phone, buddy. I don't know. Is it any better, buddy? I don't know.
No, it's got all kind of crackling in the background.
Well, buddy, it's hard when you're out on the campaign trail. I'm sorry. I've got a big event in Pikeville in a few hours here, and heading that way, buddy. And the Eastern Kentucky cell phone network isn't that great, but there was a lot of questions and stuff. I'll make it quick, buddy, so you don't have to hear the crackles and pops and Rice Krispies and whatnot.
Right.
About the oil prices. You were talking about the ultra low sulfur diesel. That had a lot to do with it, but the biggest thing that happened was Clinton put oil on the futures market. And what I propose to do, if all you people get behind me and vote me in there, is we're going to take oil off the futures market. We're going to make it a law that no oil can be exported from the United States of America unless the gasoline and diesel prices are below $1 a gallon.
Okay.
And, buddy, let me tell you something. This would get the American economy pumping. There would never be another recession again due to oil. And the stability and security of America would be secured, Steve. I mean, these are the things that the big-time politicians like Biden, these lifelong crap-a-crats, like I like to call them, and Democrats, that's the problem with the Republican Party. They always say, well, we can do it better. We'll do it better, and we'll take care of you. And, well, they're all up there fumbling around trying to figure out who's the Speaker of the House. Just when World War III is getting ready to breakout
Yes, sir.
money. Yeah. So they got to get their crap together. But I will say this. Now, they had a problem with the guy that was the Speaker of the House doing some backdoor deals with the daggone Democrats. That's why all this stuff got kicked off. I will say this. Now, wouldn't you rather wait and get somebody in there that is hopefully a better representative of your values and can do a better job for you than to worry about some status symbol up there in Washington, D.C.? So don't let the press and everything else get you all psyched out and thinking, oh, God, this is the worst thing ever. No. This is the greatest thing ever, Steve. Think about it.
Well, I mean, yeah, the problem lies in the fact that you've got the ultra-conservative that are not going to support what they call a moderate or an establishment Republican. And those same establishment Republicans or so-called moderates are never going to support the ultra-conservative. It's almost like in the Republican Party, you've got to divide, much like the entire country's divided, Republican versus Democrat. And then you've got that middle of the road. They call themselves independents. But I don't know how they're going to resolve it. Maybe they'll see that an overwhelming majority across party lines, the majority of people want to get a House Speaker to get things going here. There are very pressing matters on a global scale they need to address. So stop him hauling around would be the word. Yep. All right, thank you, Redneck. It's 844-844-3388. What do you say we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, you got the word. Store that engine the right way with Stable. Speaking of which, if you'd like to advertise on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, or you know someone who might be interested, maybe you have a favorite store you'd like to hear advertising on the program, just let us know, and hey, you could win some Steve Summers Overnight Drive swag. Simply go to overnightdriveradio.com. You can click on Advertise with Us, or if you want to go directly to the store, it's Mindy at lubricationspecialties.com. Drop her an email. Give her the tip, and get yourself some Steve Summers Overnight Drive swag. All right, Brother Rambler checks in here on a Tuesday morning.
Rocky Top, you'll never be number one to me.
Uh-oh.
Poor old Rocky Top. Rocky Top sure got beat. Rocky Top sure got beat. Roll Tide, Steve.
Didn't look that way in the first half, did it? First half, you were probably sweating bullets.
No, it didn't. Well, you know, we were playing, we were, you know, reeling them in, getting their confidence built up for that second half, 27 unanswered points, butt kicking we got to them. You know, what kind of head coach goes up against the number one defense in the SEC in their own territory at 4th and 1 that says, well, I'm going to go for it? It didn't work out too well. By the way, that head coach for Tennessee, Big Ed, won y'all a national championship back in 2000 when he was quarterback for old Oklahoma. So goes to show you what good a Sooner or an Okie can do for you. You know, going to try and go for it on 4th and 1, not once but twice. And Alabama territory, what do you think is going to happen? Not too good. Not going to end too good. And then we sacked that quarterback, picked up the ball, ran it in for a touchdown. That's pretty much it right there, you know. Pretty much in it. So the poor old Tennessee balling queers just marched into Tuscaloosa thinking they were going to be winners and marched right on out losers. So get on back to Rocky Top, drinking some moonshine, and maybe y'all can make it to a bowl game. Because you should have got beat last year, and y'all paid the refs off, and that didn't happen. So anyway, well, Steve, I tell you what, you know. Oh, and by the way, public service announcement: if you go to a football game up there in Michigan, hide your signs because they'll definitely steal them up there. Trust me, the NCAA is investigating sign stealing for the Michigan Wolverines. Had to get that in with old Captain Ron there. He's a big blue fan. So anyway, Steve, now it's a good weekend for football. I was shocked that the Patriots beat the Bills, and kind of shocked that the Miami Dolphins didn't put up more of a fight against the Philadelphia Eagles. And I kind of who I pulled for in the AFC, and looks like, Steve, that the old Texas Rangers might be going to the World Series.
Yes.
I don't know. The Phillies are tied up. Phillies and Diamondbacks are tied up. So just a weird season, you know, weird season. So, but. Oh, boy, everything going on in the House of Representatives. What a circus. What a joke, you know. I tell you what, if we're ever in a more of a critical time that this nation needs Jesus Christ, boy, we're in the time right now. You know, Steve, and I stood behind God's sacred desk, and like I said, I wear a shirt when I know the Lord wants to discuss politics. It's a lion with a greater symbol than the elephant and the donkey. You can't count on the Republicans or the Democrats for diddly squats. And if you're one of the ones putting your faith, hope, open trust in what the elephant and the donkey can do, Steve, that's almost tantamount to idol worship. It really is. You might as well just go build a temple for Baal and write Ichabod over the door. Because if you're depending on this government to fix all your needs, you're depending on the wrong thing. That's like depending on Tennessee to walk in there and beat Alabama. It wasn't going to happen in the first place. And you're trying to put your faith and hope and trust in this government, a bunch of dumb old elephants, a bunch of dumb old donkeys that fix your issues. You putting your faith and hope and trust in the wrong thing. I encourage you today to put your hope, faith, and trust in Jesus, because that's where it's going to be at, Brother Steve. I'm telling you now. But all joking aside, Tennessee did have me sweating bullets. They really did. And I was glad to see that we come out swinging, you know. And so kudos to the Tennessee Volunteers. All joking, all playing aside, Tennessee did play a good ball game, but that coach made two dumb decisions that cost them the game. If he hadn't went on it 4th and 1 and just punted, hey, they would have been winners. But I tell you how you could be a winner, Steve.
You know, you can follow us at Determined Ministries Church. We have service at 5 o'clock every Sunday. And look, anytime you get Jesus Christ into your life, you're a winner. You may be strung out on drugs. You may be strung out on God knows what. But, you know, you don't have to be like that. You know, that woman at the well, Steve, she was married 5 times, and the man she was shacked up with wasn't even married to. And you know what? She went to that town of Samaria and spread the word that the Messiah is here. That woman with the issue of blood, 12 years that poor old woman had an issue of blood, and just one touch from the hem of his garment, she was healed just like that. So, you know, if you get a little bit of Jesus in you, it'll go a long way. But, Steve, I thank you for taking my call and tolerating my poor singing. And volunteer fans, I love you. Michigan fans, I love you. No matter what team you pull for, old Brother Rambler loves you. And remember this, love is just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Steve, I'll try to call in tonight. I don't call in tonight. I'll call in tomorrow night. God bless, and remember, do not put your hope and faith in the Democrats or the Republicans, and they'll let you down. God bless you, Steve. Good night, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Brother Rambler. Good to hear from you. Well, all right, news break coming up here just ahead. Brain Dead shared the story with me earlier, and I'm a tad bit confused, I'll admit. I hadn't had a chance to read through the entirety of this from FreightWaves this past day. But U.S. lawmakers fighting to keep Yellow Corporation alive? Say what? 8 U.S. senators asked the Treasury Department to extend the maturity date for the $700 million in loans that Yellow obtained under the CARES Act. We'll give you more on that story coming up.
USA News Update. The White House is asking Israel to hold off on a ground invasion of the Gaza Strip while it works to free hostages held by Palestinian militants.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken told CBS's Face the Nation.
But in terms of what we're talking to Israel about with regard to their military operations, it really is focused on both how they do it and how best to achieve the results that they seek.
The administration reportedly not asking Israel to cancel any invasion. It just wants more time. I'm Corey Myers.
2 Israeli women held hostage were released earlier today. In September, close to 270,000 unauthorized immigrants were apprehended while crossing the southern border, marking the highest monthly figure ever recorded. Among these, 18 individuals whose names appeared on the terror watch list. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com.
That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see if we can decipher this. Can we figure this out? 8 U.S. senators asked the Treasury Department to extend the maturity date for the $700 million loans to Yellow that they got under the CARES Act. They say this could help the bankrupt trucking company's chances of attracting a going concern bid and save some of those 30,000 jobs. Now, the controversial $700 million PPP loan that they got in exchange for the government taking a nearly 30% stake in the company has 2 tranches. One is due September 30 of next year. Lawmakers want to push back the due date to 2026 under a going concern sale. A buyer would acquire all of Yellow's assets so the trucking company could operate for the foreseeable future while maintaining its debt obligations. Late last week, Senator Roger Marshall issued a letter to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen stating that multiple parties want to place a going concern bid. Yeah, he reiterated many of the talking points commonly repeated by the Teamsters, who represented 22,000 of the laid-off employees, and have called for bankruptcy reform in the wake of Yellow's collapse. Now, Marshall referred to utter mismanagement at the LTL firm, even after Yellow's union workers provided concessions with their own money and benefits to help the company reach financial stability. He acknowledged the difficulty in preserving all 30,000 jobs, but said the alternative of leaving these workers by the wayside is unacceptable in our view. The Teamsters, as we know, said that they voluntarily sacrificed more than $5 billion in wage and pension concessions to keep Yellow afloat for the past 20 years. Yellow spiraled downhill in the weeks after the Teamsters threatened a strike over $50 million in missed benefits and pension payments. Although a strike was avoided after the payment date was extended, major retail clients like Walmart and Home Depot were among those who had already diverted freight from Yellow, accelerating the company's demise. Although competing companies can absorb much of the lost productivity from the closure of Yellow, consumers will likely suffer from the lack of competition. Since Yellow will be out of the LTL market, rates for competitors will likely increase, causing higher prices for LTL customers, says Marshall. Further, if this loan were to go through bankruptcy, $700 million worth of taxpayer dollars would be essentially wasted. A going concern bid would provide an ample opportunity to have this loan repaid and the taxpayers made whole again. Well, I thought that's what the whole sale of the terminals and the assets was going to cover. Now, Marshall's letter 2 weeks after 7 other senators issued a joint letter to the Treasury calling for the PPP loan maturity to be extended. The likes of pretty much all Democrats, Bernie Sanders, Sherrod Brown, Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin, Robert Casey Jr., Amy Klobuchar, John Fetterman, and Tina Smith. They argue that a going concern bid would expedite payments to creditors, including to taxpayers, while preserving jobs, is something that piecemeal, bifurcated bids would not do. In both statements, lawmakers cited precedent for the Treasury to request authority from the Department of Justice to modify loan terms under the Federal Claims Coalition Act. When General Motors filed for bankruptcy in 2009, the Treasury asked the authority to accept stock from the automaker instead of cash to pay its debts. Now, we already know Yellow's preparing to host auctions for its rolling stock of 12,000 trucks and 35,000 trailers, as well as their nearly 170 terminals. The rolling stock deadline and auction have been extended from the original deadlines to an undetermined date. The deadline to bid for the terminals, November 9. Auction is scheduled for the 28th if needed. The entire Teamsters Union is keeping a close eye on the proceedings in Delaware as the Yellow bankruptcy carries on. And Sean O'Brien said, we're extremely grateful for the support of these senators standing up for American workers seeking relief. With the assistance of the U.S. Treasury and the Justice Department, if a going concern bid is presented during this bankruptcy process, the Teamsters will do everything in our power to rebuild as many strong union jobs as possible in the less-than-truckload space that Yellow abandoned with their corporate recklessness. That's kind of crazy. I thought it was, is it not too little, too late for all of this? But so, again, that's rather confusing for me, but yeah, maybe Brain Dead's going to try to break it down for us coming up here. Hello, 5-7.
Good morning. Good morning. Number one, with the House, hey, if we end up with another McCarthy that just does an omnibus bill, taking out any single issue payer plan for the House, for I guess all they're going to do is sit there and stamp an omnibus bill and sit up and collect their money from K Street, which one senator got in there and our House representative explained that, all these guys are collecting money from K Street. So omnibus bill, obviously K Street, they're lobbyists for the military industrial complex, and Matt Gaetz is hated and the rest of them, but Matt Gaetz is hated because he cut into their money and he pulled back, just like Donald Trump pulled back the filth in the swamp. Matt Gaetz has pulled back the filth in that situation there. So I don't care if they don't vote anybody in. I think it needs to be done, a battle. It's as close as we're going to get to cleaning this mess up. But if we go right back to what we had, then we're going to go right back to what we had. It didn't work, and so let's see what happens. Sundance, thank you for upgrading us there or updating. I'd rather be right than wrong, and if I'm corrected, that's good. I'm glad to know that we're producing the oil. But we got to go back. I remember when you was complaining about Trump back, what was it, 2000, and saying that he was selling out America by going there and trying to raise the oil prices. No, he was over there trying to save American oil jobs. You said it yourself. We were paying people to take oil. You get on here all the time, sir, and talk about you're not making enough money. Well, because you can't afford to keep a truck because you're not making enough money. Well, that's what the oil company's situation was. I mean, if you don't make enough money to spend the billions of dollars it takes to go out and explore on all this land and buy the contracts, replace the trucks, mostly pay the employees. So, but what is interesting, okay, Donald Trump when he got out of office, we were an oil exporter and not an importer. And he went over there to try to get them to, let's work together so everybody makes money, to OPEC. Well, Biden cuts everything back, and boom, it's a disaster. And somebody in the White House, i.e. Susan Rice, I believe the mouthpiece, my opinion, for Barack Obama, said, Joe, you just screwed up, man. You're not gonna have people follow you if if gas goes up $7 a gallon, So have you noticed they have not went out and bragged on what Sundance is explaining to us. They haven't gone out and bragged to everybody what they're doing. You know why? Biden walked up to that young girl. Of course, he's walked up to a bunch of young girls, but try to remember Biden walked up to a young girl with a mic, got right in her face. She's about a college student, real pretty young lady, and said, we're going to end fossil fuels.
Quote. That is correct.
That's how come he ain't bragging on it. Because he can't afford to tell these people that he's undercut their votes. So yeah, now he's going over there and begging for them to raise the oil or pump more oil so it'll level out. It ain't going to happen. So yeah, it's and to manipulate the oil prices. That's what, you know what? Like I said, I told you, if you want to control your industry and trucking, then start buy into your company, get the majority votes, and then you can get rid of the people that you think are in your company that's forcing you to work for less. I.e. cut into the profitability, and then all of a sudden your investors leave, and then you have to figure out how to make that company work. Well, that's the same thing. In oil, everybody has to be a win-win situation. And so I just let's remember this. Back in T. Boone Pickens days, I believe that's before Trump, he was saying we were spending all this money, wasting all this money overseas when we could be drilling here in this country. Well, and I agree with Redneck. He did. He said, we should take care of our own oil. But back in the 70s, and I believe it goes back to Nixon, because when we weren't drilling enough of our own oil, and we were importing seriously, we signed into this contract where the oil even our oil goes on the market and it's bid. We can bid on it. Saudi Arabia, everybody can bid on this oil. And it was to our benefit back then. But now we are with the shale oil, the fracking, which my grandson's into, and he ain't stopped working since the day he got on that job. But, hey, this is the reason why electric cars got popular, because of the volatility of being addicted to oil. And I ain't got a problem with electric cars. I mean, I hope they got problems. Fix the problem. And, I mean, it wouldn't hurt like me. I don't drive but, 7 miles a week in my personal vehicle. I mean, if you could plug it in and you know, you get a car that goes 50 miles that you can buy for under, you know, $15,000 in the last 20 years. And really, you know, you plug it into your carport and in the sun, you know, all you got to do is write your miles down and write your road taxes. You know, it would lighten the burden on the oil industry in this country. But that's what I'm getting at. It's a whole lot more complicated than just the political issues that we turn it into. But I'm glad we're out there. We're pumping that oil, but like I said, you haven't seen Biden up there bragging on it right now. So, but,
and the reason we're pumping the oil, of course, is it's the vicious cycle of when prices are up, it is beneficial cost-wise. You can make money drilling for oil right now, as long as we're in the $70, $80, $90 per barrel, which we're more like 90 right now. There's money to be made. When those price per barrel get down into the 50, 40 range, that's where we've seen the cycle. The fracking industry had a boom. The fracking industry literally collapsed. All these companies selling off their assets. Oil prices jump again. The fracking, other companies buy up all those assets, and hey, we're fracking again. We're fracking right now due to the excessively high oil prices. But we're not energy independent, obviously. What were the numbers? If we're producing 12, 13 million barrels per day, I think consumption-wise, we're in the 19, 20, somewhere. I probably need to look it up and get it correct, but I believe that's where we're at. But I take you back, the girl he was talking about, 5'7" there, the activist, a 24-year-old Rebecca Ballou. This is taking you back on the campaign trail with Joe Biden. And he looked voters in the eye and promised to end fossil fuel. Let's see, after the New Hampshire environmental activist challenged him for accepting donations from the co-founder of a liquefied natural gas firm. Biden denied the donor's association to the fossil fuel industry before calling the young woman kiddo and taking her hand, and he says, quote, "I want you to look at my eyes. I guarantee you we're going to end fossil fuel." That's Joe Biden. Now, the 24-year-old later said she appreciated that Biden took her questions seriously, but she was not satisfied with his plan to eliminate net carbon emissions by 2050. She also said she found his use of the word kiddo as patronizing.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, good morning to Rick in Columbus. Guess you're feeling a bit better, Rick. Finally got over the crud there. Thank goodness. All right, he's on that first cup of coffee. Go Buckeyes. I guess he's getting a dig in on old brother Rambler. Buckeyes rule, Bama drools. Ooh. College football fans, gotta love it. Yeah, who we got here? Philip is going to be checking in. I got the scoop where, I guess this weekend's launch. Let me pull it up over here. The Space Coast set to watch a record 58th launch out over the Atlantic Saturday night as SpaceX lines up another late-night Starlink mission. A Falcon 9 carrying 23 more of their internet satellites set to lift off Launch Complex 40, 10:23 p.m. with 5 backup windows going right through Sunday. There's 6 more backups Sunday night beginning at 9:51 p.m., running through early Monday at 1:50 a.m. It's another southerly trajectory flight, so it'll be visible down much of the Florida East Coast, south of Cape Canaveral after launch. Right now, the Weather Squadron's forecast only a 5% chance of poor weather conditions for both days' opportunities, so that's actually pretty good. The first stage booster making its 4th flight with a planned recovery landing downrange in the Atlantic on the drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas. But we've had a record 57 launches. I should say the Space Coast had a record 57 launches last year, which they equaled 4 days ago with the latest Starship mission. So this will make number 58 this year. SpaceX has also been busy in California, tacking on another 22 missions this year, including another Starlink launch that already took off early Saturday from Vandenberg. They also attempted one launch of the new Starship and Falcon Heavy from Texas. I mean, it's been a very busy year for spaceflight and SpaceX. Welcome aboard, Philip.
Thanks for having me, bud. Yeah, they've been turning and burning a lot here lately, and they're going to keep doing it because each time that them go up, that means he can get everything set up the way it is. I can't remember where I saw the article the other day, but there's an article out that said that I believe it's going to be by about 2026 we're going to have enough satellites in the sky that the Starlinks, they said there might be a chance that those might fall back and burn up and hurt somebody. Have you seen any articles about that?
I can't say that I have, no.
Yeah, they said that within a few years, that with these Starlinks, the way they are set up, they're putting so many of them up there that some of them are going to deorbit themselves and come back, and possibly they could fall down on us. We're putting a lot of stuff up there right now, and I don't have a problem with setting up these, trying to get the internet better and that kind of thing, but we got to remember we got to leave some room up there for things to take off. We got to leave some room up there in case things happen to where we need to go, and it's scary stuff when you hear the numbers, you know, about the amount of constellations. I mean, look at Amazon. Amazon, they just launched one with ULA, which is actually eventually going to be launched with their rocket when they get their rocket up off the deal with Blue Origin. They want to build the same thing Elon Musk has done.
And that's I'm a little confused about that. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there are 3 different firms. I mean, Elon Musk has the Starlink, and then I think there's a European firm, and then the Amazon you just mentioned, all trying to kind of do the same thing to have global internet connectivity. Why do we need 3 different ones?
I don't know. I guess they're trying to be in competition. I guess I don't know, but you know, it's just we get too much stuff flying around up there, and you know, then you get a launch. Like say, for instance, you get all these satellites hanging out up there, and then you get a launch, and it hits a rocket that's actually going to the ISS or something, you know, and it tears something up. Then we could have another Columbia situation. You know what I mean? And
yeah, that would be downright frightening. Well, hey, Philip, if you want to hang in there, you gotta get the news break. Looky there, we're rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The White House is asking Israel to hold off on a ground invasion of the Gaza Strip while it works to free hostages held by Palestinian militants.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken told CBS's Face the Nation.
But in terms of what we're talking to Israel about with regard to their military operations, it really is focused on both how they do it and how best to achieve the results that they seek.
The administration reportedly not asking Israel to cancel any invasion. It just wants more time. I'm Corey Myers.
2 Israeli women held hostage were released earlier today. In September, close to 270,000 unauthorized immigrants were apprehended while crossing the southern border, marking the highest monthly figure ever recorded. The majority of these apprehensions occurred between official entry points. Among these individuals, mostly from Central America, were 18 individuals whose names appeared on the terror watch list. During a press conference, Detroit Police Chief James White updated the public on the investigation into the murder of Samantha Wall, who was the president of a Detroit synagogue. During the press conference, he urged the public not to jump to any conclusions.
We certainly don't want folks to jump to a conclusion, but we certainly understand how one could arrive at those conclusions.
Chief White goes on to say that the department doesn't believe anyone else is at risk.
We don't feel, as of this press conference, that there's anything that supports anyone else being at risk as it relates to a hate crime.
A group of union members who have gone on strike are urging UAW President Shawn Fain to join them in receiving the same $500 paycheck as a gesture of solidarity. The union asserts that Fain will still receive his full salary, which is estimated to exceed $200,000. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new Suffolk University USA Today national poll finds President Biden and former President Donald Trump are tied at 37% each in a four-way race. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. polls 13%, disproportionately hurting Trump, and Cornel West takes 4%, disproportionately hurting Biden. A bad decision by Good Samaritan in Worcester Township, Pennsylvania, cost many lives. Lance Pry has the details.
3 people are dead and 1 hospitalized after a 3-vehicle crash on Saturday. Police report that a tanker truck carrying jet fuel hit 2 cars, one with a flat tire and one that stopped to help. That stopped in the right lane of the Northeast Extension, I-476, in Worcester Township. The crash caused a fire that stretched down the highway. The driver of the truck, as well as the driver and passenger of the car that stopped to help, have died. The driver of the car with the flat tire is still in the hospital. The crash caused all lanes to the interstate to be closed for multiple hours.
Turns out the moon may be much older than previously thought. According to a new study, it's about 40 million years old based on remnants of molten crystals from the lunar surface. Scientists from Chicago's Field Museum say the shards reveal an ancient cataclysm likely created the moon earlier than originally believed. Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, took in an estimated $31 million over the weekend, beating Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon that finished with just under $24 million. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. 3:06 a.m. Eastern Time. As we cross over into a Tuesday, let's welcome aboard our latest affiliate who joined us Monday morning, debuting on WMIC 660 AM, the voice of the thumb. Sandusky, Michigan is on board. Yeah, WMIC 660 AM, 95.3 FM. Good to have you with us. Now, we left off there. Philip was, we were talking about the Space Coast, a busy schedule for spaceflight. Welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, Steve, have you checked out the rates on how much it costs to get that Starlink internet?
I have not seen. I mean, it's supposed to be affordable, is it not?
No, it isn't affordable.
No?
I mean, some of the rates I see, I don't think so. I mean, the initial setup is you got to have $500 for the equipment on the initial setup, from what I understand.
Wow.
So, yeah, and the monthly fee was, I want to say, well over $100. But I mean, my area down here is sketchy. They still haven't got them all over Florida. I mean, even though they're putting them out, they want to use them for the reliefs and all that kind of stuff for hurricane. But I just want to see the system. I would like a service that would be more affordable than what I keep seeing happening with a lot of the internet down here. How many internet providers do you have in your area, Steve?
A lot more than I know of. I mean, we got what used to be Cincinnati Bell, which is, I think, Alta Fiber, Spectrum, Dish Network. What's the other? There's 2 different satellites. I mean, there's a ton of them.
Now, if you want to get in the satellites where I'm at, there's only 2 of them. And I don't believe the Starlink is in my area yet. As far as the cable guys, you got Spectrum. That Spectrum owns the majority of the mass where I live at. AT&T is there. I think we have maybe 3 providers, and that's it. And I know they're trying to get it down to where we can have internet everywhere. But here's the thing. You've got to, there comes a time when you've got to say, hey, we've got enough equipment out there, we've got enough towers, we've got enough of this stuff. We need to make sure that we can scale back a little bit. You know what I mean? And it's out there. Technology, everybody's got to have that data like right now. And got to go back to some of the old ways and do it on the cuff, man. I mean, that's just the way it is. But if you shoot south, you said on that one Saturday, that'd be a good launch. You watch down there, going down the beach. I've seen a couple shuttle launches like that. And let me tell you what, that's really cool when you see, back in the day, when you seen a shuttle going south, because going right down the coast, man, that was awesome stuff. But we'll see how many he's going to do. I know he's going to be they're talking over 100. They want to do over 100 in a year. That's what they want to do with them launches. And he's making the money every time he launches one. New Glenn, the Blue Origin one, if they can ever pull it off, they could do as much as Elon Musk, if not more. And as far as the Starship goes, if they could get the Starship, even if they got the Starship in a capacity to where they could go just anywhere in the world, not even go into space, like I was talking about yesterday, and use it as a vehicle to move equipment, to move things, if they could just get that in that capacity, they're going to make a ton of money on it. So we'll just see how it plays out. Steve, have you looked at the spaghetti models for Hurricane Tammy?
Well, from 24 hours ago, it looks a lot more promising now that she's not going to be coming your way. It's going to make, she's going to make a hook to the left and then go back north and then right, what I'm seeing.
That is the most craziest stuff that I've ever seen in a cone of uncertainty.
Right.
If you look at the weather, the Hurricane Center's prediction cone, it's freaking huge. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
It is huge. It is huge. the models are nowhere in agreement 4 and 5 days out. You were talking Saturday and Sunday about the start, like launch, 5% that, well, yesterday they were talking that possibly Sunday we could be getting effects from that kind of stuff if that thing went our way. I was like, what's going on with this? I mean, it's going to come down with this storm. Basically, they're going to have to go old school weather way and look at where everything is and do it that way, like they used to do. And, I mean, the models are there. The models, they're all over the place. It's just crazy. I've never, ever seen a storm the cone like that out there. It is crazy. I mean, they're telling Bermuda, better prep up. Then, wait a second, no, it's going to go west of you. No, it's going to go south of you. No, it's going to go east of you. They can't make their mind up. So we'll just have to sit back and wait. As far as the Speaker of the House thing, I say we all put them in a room and say, listen, in the regular world, people make OT. We're going to give you some OT. You're going to go in this room and you're going to figure it out. And we're going to give you this amount of OT, and that's it. You don't figure it out, you ain't going to get no money for the next payday. So we need to clamp down on them too. As far as you were talking about competition with the LTL with Yellow, I got news for you, folks. There's enough competition in LTL freight without Yellow. And I think the government's a little bit, or the senators or whoever's talking about that deal with their loan, I think they're a little too late to the ball game. It's done over with. Yellow is finished. Let's move on. We got to move on. That's the way it is. Sorry, but that's the way it is. But I do know that for $700 million worth of what they did, somebody needs to be held accountable for $700 million and where it went to. Because that's the U.S. government that provided that. You know what I mean, Steve?
Right.
And I don't know if they're going to have any kind of congressional hearings or anything about that, but I think that's what we need to do. We need to sit down and say, okay, we need to pull the president of Yellow in and all his staff and all the people that are involved where the money goes and say, okay, we need to know where that money went. And you guys need to explain it to us. Because you just put a company out of business and we loaned you this X amount of dollars and it wasn't supposed to go out of business. So, but that's just my opinion. Take it for what it's worth. You guys have a great day and thanks for having me, Steve.
Good to have you. Philip, yep, have a great morning. I did a quick search. Yeah, because he was asking how many different internet providers do you have in your area? Now, Spectrum, I knew because I've had that before, and I've kind of bounced back and forth from what was Cincinnati Bell to Alta Fiber. It's Alta Fiber now, the bigger company. We've got something called Viasat. I'm not even familiar, but Viasat, HughesNet, Always On. Yeah, there's a Verizon service. 5G internet. There's the Alta Fiber, Agile Networks. Never heard of it. Starlink is available. And, you looking at these internet starting prices. The Spectrum starts at like $50 a month. Most of them are in the 50, 60. Verizon, 35. Alta, $39.9. That's your starting plan prices. But, Starlink is plans starting at $90. I mean, that's not cheap internet service. And then they've even got a T-Mobile home internet available. Now, a lot more options for this area than I even realized, but that's crazy. All right, let's see. Knucklebuster, what you got going on at this hour?
It's midnight over here on the West Coast finally, Steve.
Yes.
Give me all your money. That's all they want. Just give me your money. Give me your money. That's the same thing these casinos out here want, too. Do you remember what happened on October 23rd, 1983?
I've slept since then. No.
Well, it's been 40 years and since the Beirut bombing, and it still haunts the Marine Corps today.
Really?
241 U.S. service members, 220 Marines, 18 sailors and 3 Army soldiers died in the explosion of the barracks. That's according to the Pentagon's tally. 58 French troops and 6 civilians were also killed. The suicide bomber, later found to have links to the militant group Hezbollah, drove an explosive-laden truck onto the compound at Beirut International Airport that housed the barracks where the Marines were sleeping, Steve. And our leaders have still not let us wipe them off the face of this earth. And they're not going to.
Wow.
So yep. Well, I see that little old loudmouth Greta Thunberg. She posted Free Palestine on there. Well, Israel responded back to her and told her that Hamas doesn't use sustainable materials for their rockets, which have butchered innocent Israelis. The victims of the Hamas massacre could have been your friends. Speak up. That's what Israel posted to her. And that son of the Hamas founder says the mainstream media is afraid to label the group a genocidal religious movement. Did you see where Coca-Cola quietly scrubbed the references to Hamas supporting Black Lives Matter from its website?
Yeah, I saw that.
Another good reason not.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, another good reason not to buy a Coke, right? Well, this is my kind of day, Steve. Today is National Bologna Day, so I'm going to find me a bologna sandwich somewhere, and I'll wind this up. If you put the word tactical in front of a product, every man will buy one. So buy some Tactical Stabile, Tactical Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel, all you people up there in that snow, and then buy some Steve Summers Tactical T-shirts, Tactical Travel mugs, and Tactical baseball caps. And this Instagram star, Bree Teresi, she's single and she tells heterosexual males to get their asses in gear and get off TikTok. Steve, she'd look good in one of your T-shirts. So would Paige Spearneck and Elizabeth Hurley. And that's all my bull on it for today. I'm going to give my pillow some head, Steve. Have a good day.
Oh, boy, yeah. Elizabeth Hurley, yeah. Humming. Well, speaking of this date in history, what do you got there, Shorty? October the 24th, 1931, the George Washington Bridge opens to public traffic. This date, 2003, 20 years ago, Concorde, the airline, the Concorde makes its last commercial flight, a kind of ended supersonic flight. There are several companies looking at returning supersonic flight to the public spectrum. This date, October 21st, 2004, 10 people, including 4 family members of Rick Hendrick, killed in a plane crash near Martinsville Speedway. That plane was owned by the NASCAR team, Hendrick Motorsports. I do recall that. This date, 2005, Hurricane Wilma makes landfall in Florida, resulting in 35 direct and 26 indirect fatalities, $20.6 billion in damages. This date, 2005. It was this date, 1926, Harry Houdini's last performance, which is at the Garrick Theater in Detroit. What about that? Harry Houdini. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Stable Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. I think we touched briefly in hour number 1. This is supposed to be kind of the peak time of year for trucking. And according to the Cass Freight Index, it's off to a rather muted start. Not good news for the truckers who haul the freight. Cass reported a 1.7% increase in the number of available shipments in September compared to August shipment numbers. Compared with September of last year, shipment numbers actually down 6.3%. On the expenditures side, shippers spent less, just a 0.2% drop in September compared to August, but 25.4% less than September of 22. Yeah, that is representative of a large drop in freight rates. Yeah, they're paying a whole lot less, with both the shipments component of the Cass Freight Index and the Cass Truckload Line Haul Index rising sequentially this month. The freight cycle is at least starting to flatten out, smaller year-over-year declines. We continue to expect the freight cycle to turn once capacity tightens, but early signs of 2024 equipment production suggest that may be a while. One issue they note is that the continued growth of private trucking fleets, when rates were at record levels in 2021, some manufacturers expanded their private fleets to protect their shipping cost against the rising freight market. Now, since the backlog for ordered trucks was up to a year, the expansion continued as trucks were being delivered, even as the rates were declining. Manufacturers that haul their own freight are not putting those loads out for carriers. Some of those private fleets, depending on their authority type, take backhauls from the market, further reducing available loads for those carriers. Now, with the U.S. recession consensus of the first half of the year giving way to robust growth and expectation of an improved freight cycle scuttled by private fleet growth, we're still left in a fairly strong economy. Unfortunately, that strong economy is not filtering down to trucking. Rates remain stagnant for another month in September. The reason? There simply aren't enough loads to keep all the available trucks running. Which, going back to the discussion here just a few moments ago about yellow freight, trying to rebrand them or bring them back, there's not the necessity for those trucks, apparently. New truck production continues to be strong. Over 22,000 trucks delivered in the U.S. last month. That's the 8th consecutive month in which sales have exceeded 20,000 trucks. Another reason freight levels haven't fully rebounded, despite the strong economy, once the stimulus money that the government poured in the economy during the pandemic started running out, consumer spending slowed. Retailers and manufacturers adjusted their inventory levels downward, actually destocking to compensate for that. So at least for the foreseeable future, looks like the trucking sector remains kind of flat at best. What's going on, Brain Dead? What do you say?
Out here harassing the city tonight, Steve, on my lovely Friday. I mean, it is Friday for me, buddy. But no, I heard that guy. What's his name? Scrambler, Babbler, whatever his name is. I mean, trying to sing. I mean, my God, I had Simon Cowell from American Idol call me and said, whoever that was is ghastly dreadful. You know, put some duct tape over their mouth. I mean, he's bad enough. You know, he's one of them Roll Tide fans. You know, got to put some duct tape over his mouth. But no, you were mentioning something about Joe Biden there and that young gal. You ever notice if you ever look in Joe Biden's eyes, you can see the back of his skull? I mean, it's like nobody's home. I mean,
right.
I mean, obviously somebody asked him to. It's like somebody asked him to bake some muffins and he left out the blueberries. You know. But no, you were talking about yellow, and you know, actually that was sent to me by a friend of mine, and it threw me for a loop too, because obviously this person is about 2 months, about 3 months behind the times. Mm-hmm. Now, I will agree with Philip that there does need to be some sort of investigation, not just to the CEO and the COO and whoever else, but also to who underwrote the loan. Who approved the loan? I mean, if they were not financially capable, why did they get the loan? Because we, the rank and file, did give up a whole heck of a lot to help keep the company afloat. And we're getting screwed around even to this day, not just with finding work, but with getting our vacation time that was guaranteed to us, that was told to us, oh yeah, you'll get your vacation pay on the following check. Okay, when is that going to happen? I haven't seen it yet.
I mean, this, and obviously, like you said, so much time has passed, and I mean, the idea of the liquidation of the terminals, the sale of the trucks and the trailers is supposed to be more than enough to cover the cost of that $700 million loan. Now, it remains to be seen. It may or may not be enough to cover your vacation time and all that stuff, but you know, why all this time after the fact? I mean, this is the kind of thing you'd think would have been delivered 2 days after the bankruptcy filing, but we paused there.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News Update. An off-duty pilot is facing 83 counts of attempted murder for allegedly trying to crash an Alaska Airlines flight.
A pilot who was deadheading. He was seated in the cockpit as a passenger. For some reason, suddenly tried to shut the engines down of that passenger plane.
NBC News' Tom Costello says a flight from Everett, Washington to San Francisco on Sunday, operated by Horizon Air, diverted to Portland due to the incident. Police say suspect Joseph Emerson was sitting in the flight deck jump seat and tried to pull the fire extinguisher handles to shut off the engines. He was overwhelmed by the flight crew and remains behind bars. Recent research suggests that the moon's age might exceed previous estimates. A new study examining remnants of molten crystals from the lunar surface indicates that the moon could be approximately 40 million years older than previously believed. That's the latest. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
All right, back on track. Where we leave off at? All right, after all the time, isn't that the sort of thing that should have been filed literally days after the bankruptcy filing had taken place?
Ding, 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 ding. Circle just a square. Tell them what they want, Johnny.
Thank you
You
very
want a free
much.
case of Dinty Moore beef stew. But, yeah, that's what should have happened originally. They should have done that, but they didn't. I imagine somebody probably sat on this article for several months before actually doing something. Because honestly, Stephen, like you said, nobody wants these trucks. I mean, they've already got the leased trucks back, and they're doing whatever they want to with them. So how many actual trucks are there to be sold? Most of the trucks in the fleet were at least 10 years old. So name me one company that's going to snatch up a big block of 10-year-old trucks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't sell them, you can't use them in California. So, what are you going to do? You're throwing money away. It's like all these trailers they had, all these rail containers. I saw a picture. If I can ever find it, Steve, I'll send you the picture of at a rail yard, I think in Chicago, where they had just those blue rail containers that we had just stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked. I mean, literally, it was like we're they're using up a lot of room here. I mean, why do we even get into doing rail containers to begin with anyway? Why were we not investing in what they're planning on doing here next year? Of course, I work for the K-Roger here in Memphis, and they're talking about next year expanding our fleet to where we have drivers that go out and get the back calls and come back. I mean, currently right now we have certain runs that, you go out, you unload, hey, take this empty trailer over to here and pick up this and come back. I mean, we're already doing that now, not on the scale what they want to do, but it's what they're looking to do. So whether or not that happens, who knows? And quite frankly, I don't care because that paycheck's good on the real Friday, not my Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like I said, though, you kind of hit it on the head. I mean, we got a lot of these third-party people, I mean, coming in here, they just don't have a clue. But anyway, Steve, I'm back at the warehouse, actually, matter of fact. But you have a good weekend. I mean, you have a good Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm going to have a good weekend, Steve.
Enjoy your weekend. Get that yard work done. And if I had to wager a guess in your part of the country, I think you'll be cutting the lawn one or two more times.
No, I got to stay built in, and I put that sucker way back in the back of the garage because I had to pull the snow blower up to the front. I mean, I had to pull the snow shovel up to the front.
Okay. Yeah, good luck with that. We'll see. Hey, almost that time of year, right? Veterans Day is just around the corner. Pilot Flying J began their fundraising efforts for veterans on Monday with hopes of raising $1 million for the Call of Duty endowment. Funds will be raised at participating Pilot Flying J or 19 Fuel Network locations where customers have the opportunity to round up when you make your purchases. Pilot said 100% of these proceeds will go directly to the Call of Duty endowment, and they will match donations up to $100,000. It's great to have organizations like the Call of Duty endowment dedicated to helping find opportunities for veterans to lead and excel in their careers after the military. Brian Ferguson, chief merchant at Pilot Company and an Air Force veteran himself. We're proud of our veterans at Pilot, and I'm grateful to my fellow veterans for their service. Now, in addition, more than 750 Pilot locations are providing military service members and their families a complimentary meal. That offer can be claimed from November the 10th through the 12th for service members and their families verified through ID Me in the My Rewards Plus app, according to the Pilot news release. Those verified will receive a one-time $12 credit as well as access to year-round deals and discounts through the Pilot app. Pilot has raised over $3 million through their military fundraising efforts since 2019. And of course, at the same time, when Veterans Day week kind of rolls around, it's that time again for the annual Truckers for Troops campaign with OOIDA. They will begin their annual fundraising to support military personnel at home and overseas on November the 6th. Truckers for Troops, which they started that back in 2007, has generated nearly $800,000 in donations to veterans and veterans organizations over those years. All right. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Well, I had two things there, but I guess talking about the yellow, you kind of were answering my question, but my question was how do you take a company that has no customers, no drivers, and what equipment they have left is going to the auction block to be sold? How do you put them back in business
and salvage it? Yeah,
I think the barn door is already closed and the horse is out there, Your Honor. So, but anyways, there. But hey, I meant to mention there. I finally remembered there the other evening, and I gave an old jingle jangle out there to the West Coast there, and talked to this old man there named Red Mule. You remember an old man named Red Mule?
Yes. How the hell is he?
Yeah, he's doing good. He's doing good. And speaking of this Yellow deal, you remember when Yellow, we got told they were going to be done and out of business, and the beginning of the next week we found out that everybody was buying their stock and their stocks were going up and all that, and then the stock prices got up and then they started going down. You remember when all that happened?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who was a smart investor and bought Yellow stock? It would be the one and only Red Mule. He actually put like $1,200 into that, and he capitalized there with quite a few $1,000 profit on the deal. So
really,
at least one of our listeners there was smart enough to do that. But
so is he considered? Is he fully retired now, or just partially? Is he going to drive anymore, or did he say?
Well, he's partially retired because he went and he paid the yearly investment on the truck to keep it on the highways. So the truck's ready to go, but his wife had been having a lot of medical problems, and they're getting kind of over a hump, I think, with that. But there's still more to go, and so I wouldn't be surprised if she gets to the point that he feels he can leave for 2-3 days in a row and come back. That he goes out and fires that old beast up and decides to go up and down the highway a little bit. But anyways, I just wanted to let everybody know he's doing well out there, and as I say, his wife had some medical problems, but they're working on it. So anyways, it's a possibility. I told him that, he said he's still on truck driving schedule a little bit with his sleeping pattern. And I said, well, you're out there 3 hours away and we're going to have all the time changed and everything. So you just don't hesitate, if you get one evening to call Steve and say howdy doody,
to say the least.
But anyways, yeah. So anyways, I just thought to pass that along, and I think I should get a T-shirt for this, Your Honor. Well, you said that we need sponsors, and I sent an email off to a marketing department there, and recommended your show as a prime place for their advertising dollars to be used.
Yeah.
So I think maybe I should get a T-shirt or something for this one. Got any idea who I sent my email to, Your Honor?
Make-A-Wish, by chance?
No, because they want to get,
They take money in, they don't put money out. Okay, so who was it?
Yeah, we're really not supposed to be giving money out. So I'm thinking, who is an overnight group there that would really be wanting us and always advertises in the overnight market? Who better than Ashley Madison, Your Honor? I just figured Ashley Madison would be right up our alley.
Yeah, we've been there, done that, haven't we?
Well, yeah, that's why I thought it would do so well, because they know the show, the program, what we're all about, and they like advertising and putting their big money behind their. Oh, wait a minute!
Boy,
they got a lot.
Did that ever spark controversy? I remembered that. I can't remember who sold that deal, but yeah, boy, oh boy. Well, on a more serious note, I had a question for you. I was actually watching TV the other morning, and a commercial comes on, and it's advertising it's the answer to clean energy, and it's not going to oil, it's not going to wind, it's not going to solar. The answer is propane. Propane is the answer to clean energy. Now, how much propane would we need to replace all the coal generated out there? And where is propane not a derivative of fossil fuels? Yay or nay?
Yeah, well, fossil fuel is kind of a bad term. It's not. The it's a byproduct, yes, of the barrel of oil. And I was actually going to ask you to do this. If you get on and see what oil is broken down into, the fuels, your oil, your motor oil, your gasoline, your diesel fuel, the propane, the butane, is all a small percentage of a barrel of oil, and it's the bottom of the barrel after they get done with getting asphalt out for the highways and asphalt for roofing shingles and the products they use for the beauty products, your makeup, and there is your plastic, Your Honor. Do you know how much are we gonna if we give up oil? Are we ready to give up plastic and styrofoam? Because if you don't use oil, then you don't have plastic and styrofoam, but if you use oil and you refine oil, then you end up with gasoline and diesel. And back in the day when they first started with oil, refining oil, do you know what they used to do with the gasoline and diesel, Your Honor? They used to dump it. They used to dump it out in the ocean. They used to pour it into the rivers because it was a byproduct that was not needed. And somebody came up with the internal combustion engine and actually came up with a way to do it. And then that guy, Rudolph Diesel there, he figured out how to make an engine run on peanut oil. And, well, then we figured out diesel fuel is just as good or better than peanut oil. And I don't know how you squeeze oil out of peanuts, but anyway.
So, it's a byproduct. Long story short, to produce all that propane, you'd have to consume or produce a whole lot more barrels of oil to get to it, right?
Yeah, the real clean energy is natural gas. I mean, natural gas is a product that is in the ground that comes out. You get other gases with it. I mean, propane comes out with the harvesting of natural gas. You get propane and butane there as well. And that's what's going on with the fracking and stuff that's out in western Pennsylvania where Sugar Bear and Doc Holliday were doing all their sand hauling at, and what 5-7's grandson's doing with the fracking. I mean, with that oil production out there, you get oodles and oodles of natural gas, and that actually is the clean energy, but the state of New York apparently doesn't think so because they've outlawed gas stoves and gas heaters. And
right.
You can't put any new gas appliances in. What? I don't know. It's unbelievable. But yeah. So that was going to be my one last thing for you to look up there is take and see what a barrel of oil produces, and then start asking all these people that want this green stuff if they're ready to give up all the other things that oil makes, because
they have to have.
I don't think anybody's paying attention to what they want to give up until they realize the
unintended consequences. There's that magical word once again, Scarecrow. Well, I do have it before me. What else? What else is in a barrel of oil? Yeah, I think that the point he's trying to get to is most people think, well, a barrel of oil, that's going to be it's going to be refined into the gasoline or the diesel or the jet fuel that we all use. And the oil that we're going to be putting in the engines of our automobiles and our lawnmowers. But most people think that's pretty much it. Well, vastly, widely mistaken. So hold that thought. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration.
carbons. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So the answer to the question is every barrel of unrefined oil has the potential to be transformed into a number of different products. But before anything can be made, the petroleum has to first be refined. Since crude oil contains various types of hydrocarbons, these have to be separated to form the desired end product, because not all petroleum products are created equally. Fractional distillation occurs when crude is heated and the different components of the oil are extracted in stages through different vaporizing temperatures. Once refined, crude oil can be transformed into all sorts of useful products. Of course, fuels and other oil-based lubricants. However, while gasoline production is one of the largest petroleum-based products, gas makes up less than half a barrel of crude oil. If gasoline accounts for 46% of that oil barrel, what's happening to the other 54%? Well, 26% of that remaining crude goes into the production of diesel and other fuels, about 9% used to make jet fuel, 3% goes into the production of asphalt to pave the roads in our parking lots. 1% goes into the manufacture of lubricants, the greases, the fluids that keep the world smoothly running. The remaining 15% is classified as the others. As Horse Feathers just mentioned, these bottom-of-the-barrel petrochemical products include thousands of different items. You know, if you eliminate fossil fuels, you're eliminating thousands of different items ranging from makeup to medicine. We'll highlight some of these bottom-of-the-barrel products in the Petroleum Product of the Week series to showcase just how many products we rely on every day that are made using petroleum. Did you know aspirin is a petroleum product? Yes, your bare aspirin. How about food coloring or your vape juice? When you dress up and you smile with some lipstick, your favorite brand of lipstick might be a petroleum product. Every time you reach for something plastic or something made from synthetic rubber, you've got yourself your very own petroleum product. Glasses, check. Styrofoam, indeed. Your toothbrush. Even money contains elements of petroleum. How many of those things you want to give up? Now, the question of how much do we consume, that obviously is something that changes from year to year. We can take you to the numbers from last year. It's an incredibly difficult question to answer, but one person's oil consumption is entirely dependent on another person's consumption, as well as some random company's consumption. It extends well beyond transportation, even if that is the biggest consumer, obviously. For some perspective, though, the United States consumed approximately 19.7 million barrels of petroleum per day in 2016. Now, that same year, motor gasoline consumption averaged about 9.3 million barrels per day. Now, even if you could account for how much fuel you consume, there's difficulty in accounting for how much fuel went into transporting your groceries, or what percentage of a barrel went into actually manufacturing, whether it's your T-shirt or dish soap. It's a whole lot more when you look at the big picture, right? They did their Petroleum Product of the Week series. Let's see. I mean, you'd be astounded at the number of things petroleum goes into. All right, about a minute before news break time here. It looks like Eagle will be chiming in out of the break as we kick off our final hour here on a Tuesday morning. Which means plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Of course, a reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it's lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. It's called Sta-Bil Storage. It'll keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And for being a listener to this program, order online at goldeagle.com. Use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout, and that'll automatically deduct 15% off your entire order. goldeagle.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. An off-duty pilot is facing 83 counts of attempted murder for allegedly trying to crash an Alaska Airlines flight.
A pilot who was deadheading. In other words, he was not flying the plane, but he was seated in the cockpit as a passenger. For some reason, suddenly tried to shut the engines down of that passenger plane.
Tom Costello with NBC News says a flight from Everett, Washington to San Francisco on Sunday operated by Horizon Air diverted to Portland due to the incident. Police say suspect Joseph Emerson was sitting in the flight deck jump seat and tried to pull the fire extinguisher handles to shut off the engines. He was overwhelmed by the flight crew and remains behind bars. It's a neck-and-neck presidential race.
In a hypothetical presidential race, President Biden and former President Trump are deadlocked at 37% each. That's according to a Suffolk University USA Today poll. The survey encompassed 1,000 voters, considering a four-way race, also including independent candidates Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Cornel West. Kennedy gained 13% of the vote, while West received 4%. I'm John Schaefer.
Recent research suggests that the moon's age might exceed previous estimates. A new study examining remnants of molten crystals from the lunar surface indicates that the moon could be approximately 40 million years older than previously believed. This year, Halloween candy prices have surged by 13%, as reported by both the U.S. Bureau of Labor and a supply chain expert from UCLA. The increase in cost can be attributed to the elevated expenses of ingredients and labor. Consequently, the average American household is projected to allocate around $35 for candy this year, a rise from the previous year's $30 expenditure. Well, Halloween is supposed to be scary. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he's completely recovered from health issues that led him to freeze while taking questions from reporters. McConnell said he's in good shape. He's back on the job during an interview on CBS's Face the Nation. McConnell froze up while taking questions from reporters on Capitol Hill and in a separate incident in his home state of Kentucky. The son of a Nashville police chief is wanted for shooting 2 Laverne police officers. Lance Pry has the story.
A manhunt continues for the chief of police's estranged son for shooting 2 police officers. John Drake Jr. is accused of shooting the officers Saturday afternoon while they were investigating a stolen vehicle outside a Dollar General. Police in Laverne, Tennessee say both officers are in stable condition after being shot. Laverne is about 20 miles southeast of Nashville. Authorities say the suspect is the estranged son of Nashville Police Department Chief John Drake. In a statement, Drake said he's deeply saddened that his son was involved and that his prayers are with the 2 officers.
More than 61,000 gun cases sold nationwide are being recalled due to malfunction that can allow unauthorized people to access dangerous weapons and already led to the death of a child. Illinois-based Fortress Safe announced this week that the biometric gun safes were being recalled due to a serious safety hazard and a risk of death caused by a programming feature that made the safes more accessible. You are now up to date. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. There we go. One more time around as we kick off a Tuesday, 24th day of October. Get it right. All right, so looks like we lost Eagle there. So we've got clear lines as we get that final hour started at 844-844-3388. It's been a busy night on the phones. A lot of busy signals. They've cleared out now. Eskimo Mom, I'm sure she's not started her work week yet, but she... What's that word Horse Feathers just brought up? Unintended consequences. Here's another prime example. From up in Eskimo Mom's neck of the woods, a new ban on commercial trucks. Not setting right with some in Clark County. A landfill sits very close to the village of Tremont City. It has barrels the Environmental Protection Agency said could threaten residents' water wells. But a new ordinance is stopping them from driving those barrels out of the area, which led to a very heated meeting at the Tremont City Council meeting Monday night. One was actually escorted out of the meeting after he and the council members argued over the city's new ordinance. You can be the safest trucker in the world, and you never know when an accident's going to happen. It happens every day, according to Tony Flood, the council president. Accidents are why the village's mayor said he actually passed the ordinance. There's multiple vehicles that have been hit. We've got officers that have actually stopped these trucks doing 50 mile an hour in a 25 mile an hour zone. The ordinance bans commercial tractor trailers or semis from driving on all streets in the village. Now, the exception would be garbage trucks, school buses, and emergency vehicles. The Ohio Environmental Protection Agency wants to use Tremont roads to remove this toxic sludge, which would go against the ordinance. Residents, business owners, council members said they don't want that waste traveling near their homes. No one wants to be the next hazardous material spill, said one local business owner. So unless an exception is made, the Ohio EPA is going to have to find an alternative route. They're working to come up with a plan that the village will accept. But right now, any commercial truck that goes through the city is getting a warning from police. A spokesperson for the village said so far police have written 17 warnings. And starting next month, 1st of November, they will start issuing tickets. All right, so, well, take your pick. Do you want the toxic sludge to be removed or just leave it there to, as they EPA said, possibly ultimately contaminate your well water? Or do you want to make an exception to allow the trucks? Yeah, by the way, how do all the goods that you purchase at your local businesses and retail outlets in your community get those products there? I guarantee they're not all coming in in vans. They're coming in big trucks. The tractor trailers that move everything that keeps this country going. All right, next on the list here, we haven't discussed much of the Middle East conflict or what's even going on closer to home here. I think that's something Eagle wanted to touch on. You know, we've been saying this for how long? You know, we, me, you, most of our listening audience, with our wide open border. We don't know who's coming through. What percentage of these millions who have flooded into the country might have ill will or want to do harm to America? You know, death to America, jihad. Well, federal officials are warning that members of Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Hezbollah could be crossing the southern border. According to an internal October 20th memo obtained by the Daily Caller News Foundation, the San Diego Field Office Intelligence Division of Customs and Border Protection sent out this memo warning that due to the war between Israel and Hamas, there could be encounters of terror-tied individuals seeking to travel from the Middle East via transit across our southern border. Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, all of which are U.S.-designated terrorist organizations, have been committing attacks on Israel, as we know. San Diego Field Intelligence Unit assesses that individuals inspired by or reacting to the current Israel-Hamas conflict may attempt to travel to or from the area of hostilities in the Middle East via transit across the southwest border. Foreign fighters motivated by ideology or mercenary soldiers of fortune may attempt to obfuscate travel to or from the U.S. to or from other countries in the Middle East through Mexico. Now, amid the record illegal immigration influx at the border, Border Patrol has recorded a major influx of encountering individuals who name the names that are appearing on the terror watch list. Such encounters, while on the terror watch list at the southern and northern borders, are now at 172 for fiscal year 2023. This latest warning of possible terrorist encounters says federal border authorities should look for indicators, including seeing military-age males, military gear, lone travelers, and ties to the region. They also list several questions of interest, such as questions related to individuals' personal or family associations with Hamas, Hezbollah, the Islamic Jihad, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, or other similar groups. This whole Hamas attack on Israel is having ripple effects virtually around the world. And again, our United States porous borders are again in the spotlight. The same individuals that carried out this attack on Israel, their hatred, their unwavering commitment to do harm to the United States is alive and well. Mark Morgan, who served as the acting commissioner of Customs and Border Protection during the Trump administration, says nobody in their right mind can say our border is secure. There's a real concern. Terrorists have already crossed that border, particularly within the group of more than 1.6 million who evaded Border Patrol upon entry. They are unknown to officials. They are the gotaways. Now, in just the past 11 months, 151 on the terror watch list have been arrested after crossing illegally. while tens of thousands of other special interest aliens have entered and been released. Now, special interest means that they hail from countries with direct ties to state-sponsored terror groups: Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Egypt, Pakistan. Another terror attack inside the United States, like the 2013 Boston bombing or the 2015 San Bernardino, California mass shooting, an attempted bombing, is imminent, says Mr. Morgan. It is coming. It is coming. No one can predict, but what I will say is there could already be a cell in the U.S. planning the next attack. We would have no idea. And that's a fair statement. That's not hyperbole. Terror concerns in the U.S. are escalating. You look at the thousands of demonstrators taking to the streets all over the country. Even our FBI director speaking to the International Association of Chiefs of Police last week encouraged law enforcement to be vigilant. You are often the first to see signs that someone may be mobilizing to violence. In this heightened environment, there's no question we're seeing an increase in reported threats. We have to be on the lookout, especially for those lone actors. Meanwhile, the FBI issued a statement October 9 saying that they don't have a specific, credible intelligence indicating a threat to the United States stemming from the Hamas attack. Now, does that make you feel all bubbly and warm inside, like there's nothing to be concerned with? Well, no, because you look at what occurred in Israel, the lack of intelligence may not mean a lot because the attack showed a colossal intelligence failure. We've got people in this country that are actually out there supporting Hamas, supporting the actions of babies being decapitated, burned alive, women savagely raped and videotaped. When you have this deep-rooted, irrational ideology to be inspired to move to radicalization, action can be very quick. Generally, it takes an event. And we have that now. The Hamas sympathizers brandishing Palestinian flags outside the White House, chanting "Free Palestine." Some of them wearing head and face coverings commonly associated with those actual jihadist groups. There is a significant pro-Hamas element in the United States as we speak, both among leftist radicals and apologists to academia. The crowds rallying with Hamas in the big cities all over the country in recent days. 18 past the hour, and Hillbilly checks in here on a Tuesday. How's your week starting off, Hillbilly?
Starting out pretty good. Steve, on your newscast, it says just the month of September that they caught 18 people on the terror watch.
I heard that. Yep, correct. Yep.
So, I mean, that's just scary right there. I mean, that's just 1 month. I mean, like Eagle says, that's probably one of the things he was going to say was thousands of that, millions have already crossed, and how many were on the terror watch list that wants to do harm to us? That's out there just running around freely. That's scary. You hear about that sheriff's son down in Tennessee that shot 2 officers?
Yes. Supposedly he's estranged from the sheriff, the sheriff being his dad. Dad says he chose to have a life of crime or whatever.
Right. But, I mean, still, that's scary, too. I mean, his son grew up around his dad knowing what law and order stuff do, and still a life of crime. But this shows where our world's going to on that one. Then our U.S. government's wanting Israel to not start the ground forces. I'm like, I think someone else brought it up. I'm like, it just makes me wonder if we have troops, special forces in there looking for them. If you know what I'm saying. But I don't know what's going on. I mean, that's just me just kind of looking between the lines, or who knows what's going on with that one? But still, I mean, no one told us not to bomb Bin Laden after 9/11. They said go after them and we'll help you, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
It's kind of strange. I'm not in Ohio talking to you. I'm actually almost to Louisville today. Trying to get through two or three times. It's been busy on the phones, hasn't it?
It had been a very busy morning, yeah.
So, well, that's good for you. I mean, you don't have to talk as much. Makes your job easier.
A lot better than Mondays. You know, Monday was we did all right. We got through, but Mondays are the slow days.
Yeah, I was up at midnight and sent you a text, and I was listening to the show, fell back to sleep, and like I said, I had to get up at 5 and head for Louisville. But Steve, you have a good day, and I'll catch you later.
All right, thanks for chiming in, Hillbilly. Have a great morning, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, jump back to the calls here and see. I believe Larry is on board. Is that correct? Is that you, Larry?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Steve. How we doing?
I can't complain. How's your week starting out?
All right. I just call up to let you know about the weekend there.
Oh, yeah, Larry. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, Larry. What's happening?
Yeah, I did pretty good there Saturday. I went up and did a Masters competition. We had to do 4 meets. Did 23rd in chicken, 5th in ribs, 19th in pork, and I got 7th place in brisket, and 10th place overall against 33 other teams.
Wow.
Pretty big teams that came into the pretty big teams that came in from the competition. Had them out there from Michigan and Wisconsin, North Carolina, a few other states out there a ways. And Sunday I got an 8th place in ribs. So not a bad weekend at all.
Not bad, not too shabby. Yeah, 5th and 7th, that's, I mean, when you got 33, 34 teams, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's... yeah, they were... I don't do the Masters. I'm a backyard team. So, we usually do chicken and ribs. I figured I had problems getting teams coming in to make it a qualifier. And I figured I'd step up and help the guy out. Because he's a real good guy that sponsors this competition, campground competition.
Yeah.
And so I figured help him out. Worked out pretty good for me. Like I said, some of the big guns in the country were there. So, chasing their points. I'm not going to complain about it. A lot of work.
Now, when you go in, when
my
you
grandson did the.
When you got some of those others, like the big guns, you say there, do you pay attention to what they're doing and try to learn, take a tidbit here and maybe try to sneak some of that stuff into your, from some of the people that like finish first and whatnot, or?
You don't see what they're doing. I mean, we're all working out our own trailers. I got a cargo trailer. I got my stuff in. I work out of that. And these guys got these big competition trailers. I mean, I did take a class back in February to the guy that just won the Jack Daniels World Championship. This is my area.
Okay.
And I took a class from him. And it's a tell-all class. They pretty much tell you everything they're doing, how they do it. And then I've been working with another buddy of mine. I met him back in 2019 when I first started this stuff. Me and my nephew had a team, and that broke up with COVID coming around and everything. And a couple of years ago, I started my own. And but this other guy, he's been helping me out quite a bit. I'd go with him even before I had my team. I'd work with him, and when I don't have a competition, I still go with him, and he's helped me out along the way. So it's a lot involved. I mean, you watch some YouTube stuff and things like that. Listen, I listen to a lot of podcasts during the day. Where these guys are talking to these teams, these big teams that win these, grand champions and stuff. And you pick up little things here and there, just listening to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you try to develop your own self. That's the traffic time start.
Pretty fascinating stuff there, Larry.
Yeah, it's a lot of, I enjoy it. It's a little bit more expensive than what you really think, for a hobby. But it's like any other hobby. You don't get no return out of it. You get enjoyment out of it, You're not going to set the world on fire doing it once a month or something like that, 5 or 6 months out of the year.
Just the thrill of the competition. I mean, a good time. Everybody have a good time together when you go to these deals, or?
Yeah. Yes, the camaraderie there is unbelievable. I mean, if you have a problem and you can ask anybody, they'll try to help you out. That's what I like about it. And like I said, my grandson goes with me. He's 11 years old now. He runs my boxes, and he gets to meet kids from other areas. They all get to these places, and they have a good old time.
Mm-hmm.
Helps him out, keeps him out, off the video games for a couple days at a time.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. They all love that stuff anymore. But it was a wet weekend. That was the problem. Saturday was a wet day. You got up there Friday afternoon. I mean, it was raining then. It rained halfway through day Saturday, and right up into the awards meeting, and finally starting to clear up. And then the wind started picking up. I think every acorn in the campground was beating on my trailer.
So
you had to dodge them all day long.
All said and done, overall a good weekend. Well, Larry, I thank you for the update. Yeah, look at the clock. We got to get a news break, though. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Hamas has recently released 2 additional hostages, citing humanitarian grounds as the reason. However, a senior advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister has expressed skepticism about this claim.
Releasing 2, and they want to project themselves as a humanitarian organization. This is a brutal terrorist organization.
The hostages were identified as 2 Israeli women. Senator Ted Cruz is proposing conditions for federal aid allocated to public schools for broadband access. Additionally, Cruz's bill would establish guidelines to regulate the amount of screen time assigned to students as part of their academic coursework. Former President Trump has stated that Sidney Powell was never his attorney in light of Powell's plea deal in the Georgia election interference case. He did acknowledge that Powell did a commendable job representing former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn in 2019. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I've been getting a lot of crash data in recent days from both the FMCSA and the Governor's Highway Safety Association. Let's start there with the Governor's Highway Safety Association. New report reveals fatalities are down among young drivers, but they are still more likely than older drivers to be involved in a fatal crash. And the report entitled Young Drivers and Traffic Fatalities, 20 Years of Progress on the Road to Zero. I know, it's a lofty goal. It's pretty much impossible. Nobody's perfect. The report looks at 2 decades of fatality analysis reporting system data to see how drivers between ages 15 and 20 are doing. Based on data from 2002 to 21, the number of fatal crashes involving a young driver decreased by more than 38%. And the percentage of young driver fatalities among all driver fatalities decreased almost 50%, from 14.8 in 02 to 7.9% in 2021. However, a report also found that young drivers are nearly 4 times more likely to be involved in a fatal crash, despite driving less. They attribute this to immaturity and inexperience. Report points out that brains don't fully develop until the mid-20s, particularly the prefrontal cortex, which controls risk assessment and decision-making. This makes it difficult for young drivers to recognize risk and avoid it. Plus, it takes as many as 1,500 miles of driving to build even the basic skills. Young drivers are the riskiest age group on the road. Many young drivers simply don't have the behind-the-wheel experience to recognize risk and take the appropriate corrective action to prevent a crash, says the Governor's Highway Association. Now on to the big trucks, which is numbers released this past day. Data from the FMCSA showed a notable drop in large truck crash injuries and fatalities, which is a positive development as they consider new rules designed to prevent such crashes. Fatalities resulting from crashes involving large trucks, 10,000 pounds or more, fell from 14.4%, 1,175 to 1,006 in the first quarter of this year compared to the same time in 2022. Injuries resulting from these crashes fell 1.4% in the same time period. Now, a similar snapshot comparing the first quarters of 21 to 22 showed the opposite trend, where fatalities increased 23.8%, injuries were up 1.7%. Now, taken by themselves, the data suggest improvement in road safety for the trucking sector, which has been watching safety diminish as it relates to crashes. The positive development is a bit less impressive when taking truck population into account. New operating authorities approved by the DOT, which can be used as a proxy to freight activity, trended upward during the first quarter of 22. Carriers were taking advantage of the high freight rates. That began trending down during the latter half of last year, and we know where it's gone since then. According to the executive director of the Truck Safety Coalition, pointed out the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is the agency of record for documenting large truck fatalities. When they next release their estimates, they hope far fewer families suffer from these horrific crashes. And he said 5,700 plus large truck fatalities a year cannot continue. So ultimately, this leads them down to, they're talking about the speed limiter rulings. We all know the conflicting ideas there, the unintended consequences. Slowing down the trucks, more interaction, more lane changing between cars and trucks will undoubtedly lead to more crashes. But I think they're hell-bent and determined to pursue that. Of course, they've also got to the looking at the underride guards, the side underride guards on truck trailers, and looking at putting the automatic braking devices on heavy trucks as well. Now, it's kind of funny. They mentioned how the carrier safety fitness rating is determined. When I brought that up last evening, that they extended the comment period on that for 30 days. And I said at the time, I would be willing to bet there's probably not nearly as much interest in commenting on that particular policy as there was a speed limiter. 15,000 plus comments on the speed limiter proposal. I had to chuckle when I came across this past day. The reason they extended that comment period is because as of October 23rd, they had received 12 comments. 12 comments on the public comment period on. So nobody seems to be caring about it. I didn't think there'd be nearly as much interest, but 12 comments? Nobody cares. Morning, Scarecrow.
That 12 comments, Steve, was that on the underride protection?
No, the 12 was on how they determine the safety fitness of the carriers.
Oh, okay. No, I bring that up because it was only yesterday, if not day prior, my bride actually said something about wherever she heard this now, and I think it was involving some of these pickups that are jacked sky high. She referred to as a bar or a pipe, along the bottom of below the cab. Now I guess I gotta bend her ear again and just find out where that came into conversation or such. The first I've ever heard anything like that, but it certainly falls in line with what we're dealing with the trailer end. But anyway, backpedaling there, you had suggested how Mondays are slow. Well, last night, Steve, you also used that other 4-letter S word early in the program. And I thought, man, oh man, somebody is going to take Steve to the woodshed. And sure enough, I don't remember who you said it was, but somebody had either emailed you or sent you a message berating you for mentioning that word. And I wouldn't know it right now. We may have it in our forecast for the weekend. I see we're a high of mid-30s, I believe, for the Sunday. And then listening to NOAA weather before I left last night, I didn't catch exact details, but something about 3 to 4 inches north of I-90. Now, I didn't catch what day that was. You wouldn't know it right now. I left the Milwaukee lakefront at 52 degrees. I've passed through Milwaukee right now, and wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I'm showing 63 degrees right now, Steve. It's a keeper, but it is getting, it's that time of year, it's getting more and more challenging every night to make a complete round trip without any fresh roadkill on the sidewalls of the tires or mud flaps or fenders or trailers or whatnot. There's a significant increase in roadkill in the last few days and such, and it's not going to slow down, so I have to get used to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, hats off and a high five to Knucklebuster. Paige Sporanic. I can think of no better spokesperson for Overnight Drive or Hot Shot Secret. Man, she could fill the bill, at the truck shows and calendar spreads, and any of your listeners that has no idea who this girl is, you better do a search. You're going to become an instant lover of golf, in particular women's golf.
Right.
See, Steve knows who I'm talking about.
I'm familiar. I am familiar with her, yes, and I'm familiar with Elizabeth Hurley as well, yes.
I just did when I come out before I left the fuel depot back there, I did a quick search again. It sounds like she has maybe retired from professional golf, but she's still a spokesperson and whatnot. And yes, sirree. Yeah, she needs one of them Overnight Drive T-shirts there, bud. Oh, moving on. What else is there after all that? October, man, that is birthday month for Overnight Drive participants and related. Coincidentally, when I get home here this morning, I'll be stopping by the mother of all pros. She turns 99 today, so see if I can find a balloon and whatnot to present her. She's really into balloons, Steve. The last 3 years, we always make sure there's 3 helium balloons floating around in the house. I got her one for her birthday about 3 years back, and she was all goo-goo about that. She'd never received a balloon before, or ever had a balloon before, so we got that going there. The auto strike and such, is that just a vicious circle? You know, the OEMs, when all is said and done, well, they're going to have to cover their losses, so to speak. Increased expenses, well, we have to tack on to the price of the vehicle because they're not going to want to give up their profit line, bottom line and such. Well, now we're flooding the market with vehicles that the general public can't hardly afford right now. You know, now let's run the price up even more. You know, where does it go? Where does it end? Oh, man. Oh, and one more thing here. Steve, I received a picture yesterday from the Commander-in-Chief of GMA&B Enterprises. It was I thought it was a picture of the Taj Mahal at first. Now, what in the world is he sending me a photo like that for? Well, wait a minute here. I took a closer look. No. And then I read what he had to say about it. No, it's actually his personal palace there, Steve.
Yes.
Now, the assumption is it's probably in have you seen the picture I'm talking about?
I believe it's the GMA&B Tower, the palace there, decorated for Halloween.
Yeah, okay. I thought I was maybe going to have to send that to you after the program here, but yeah, you know the one I'm talking about. You know the one with the gated community and
right.
the couple of canines roaming the facility and such, and yeah, judging from that, I'd say that a whole lot of particular individuals have paid that 2 for the price of 3 offer that he's often sending to the public in such way. He's obviously racing to the pretty regular basis there. Now, if he's seeking a credit line, I'm sure he could probably talk to Donald Trump about that, seeking the millions and millions and millions. He could if he shoots for a $15 million credit line, he's overstepping his bounds a little bit. He better keep it down around $20 million or so. I don't have anything else for you right now, Steve. If I did,
I can tell
you. It did the senioritis thing, so
I can tell you that at least in northwest Minnesota, they've already put out like a special weather statement. Northwest corner is looking for maybe some travel disruptions between Wednesday and Friday. Not sure how far the North Scarecrow lives there in Minnesota, but yeah, we'll see if things change. But I do know especially in the North Dakota, they're looking for big-time travel disruptions. Going to see in some areas 6 to 12 inches first, big snowfall of the season. Telling everybody, get ready for the change of the seasons.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I guess technically, seen as the United Auto Workers have stepped things up. Of course, they hit the Ford, Kentucky plant. That was the big one, the big money maker. A little over a week ago, yesterday, the Stellantis Sterling Heights facility, the big money maker for the Dodge Rams. See what Truckin' Phil has on his mind. Happy Taco Tuesday. The coffee's on. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking at 76 today, Fort Wayne, 73 in Sterling Heights. Well, we saw what the UAW did yesterday, walking out at the Stellantis pickup plant in Sterling Heights, which I go by every day. Let's see if this spreads to General Motors pickup truck plants anytime soon. Either way, we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back once again. Truckin' Phil, Semper Fi, so just kind of waiting for the next shoe to fall, right? Is that Gilligan, I do believe?
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Hey, I sent you an article there from FreightWaves naming Averitt the #1 LTL carrier. I believe that's based on service, and efficiency. But I was a little surprised at that. No, we're not a very big carrier on the LTL side. We're pretty much a southeastern carrier. I was actually a little. I know we're pretty efficient. I know we're a little pricey too, and that's why we didn't get much of the yellow freight, from what I understand too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I thought you might find that interesting. Yep. Well, I need to address Scarecrow's call. He needs to keep the phone away from Mr. Bonejangles. It seems as though my female security guard there, the Skeleton Security, got a hold of my phone and sent him her phone number. And he's been sending harassing text messages, but the thing is, she's liking it and it's detracting her from her job there, according to GMA and B Enterprises Skyscraper. Now, they've already got one person acting up. You've probably seen the picture, the one there hanging on to the skyscraper with the guard dogs. Did you see that yet? I sent it to you in an email.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got some security there that will take care of anybody that gets out of hand during the Halloween party. Now, just remember, folks, everyone is welcome. We'll have a costume contest, a pumpkin hunt, bobbing for apples, plenty of truck parking in the neighbor's field. Don't worry, we'll have somebody with a tow truck on hand if y'all get stuck. Yep. And I got somebody in mind. He'll be glad to pull you out.
Hey, I got a question for you, Gilligan. I've always wondered how do people that ain't got no teeth bob for apples?
I got news for you, Steve. I don't know, because I've got several teeth in my mouth.
I just had to throw that in. That's it. Wouldn't that be a sight to see?
Yeah. Oh, man, I tell you. I hate to say it, but I've met some of them people. Steve, to be honest, when I was young, I'd go up to a local town that I had some friends out, and you go up there on Sunday afternoon. I hate to admit it. I'm a born and raised West Virginian, but some people that crawled out of them mountains some way back, it's just, you wonder what, yeah, they were out there. There was definitely some of that crossbreeding, if you know what I mean, in between family members, you know.
Yeah, like, relatives of the inbred redneck.
Yeah, well, inbred redneck is a genius compared to some of these people. He's
Wow.
just a con artist, you know. Which, by the way, make sure you keep them donations coming in. We got an in-ground pool, but we want to put some additions onto the GMA and B Enterprises skyscraper. I mean, we need to have all kinds of, administrative costs. Yeah, I'm getting away from myself. That's administrative costs, folks. Keep them donations coming in to the Inbred Redneck. Remember, everybody, Inbred Redneck for president. There's a moonshine jug in every cupboard and a freezer full of deer meat. That's venison to you sophisticated types.
Boy.
Well, I'm going to get out of here, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, real quick, let me... Averett Express, which I guess he's got a little feather in the cap, a little pat on the back there. Averett Express and Old Dominion Freight Line took top honors at the annual survey of less-than-truckload carriers in the U.S. Averett, which has most of its terminals in the Southeast, awarded the #1 overall spot, while Old Dominion was selected the top national carrier for the 14th consecutive year. Old Dominion came in third in the overall ranking. Daylight Transport, #2. Last year's winner, Peninsula, #4. And Southeastern Freight Lines, #5, were also obviously in the top 5. The top 5 national carriers also included Estes, Saia, XPO, and ArcBest. Estes was the #2 national carrier once again. Saia improved a spot to #3. XPO jumped 2 spots to #4. And ArcBest actually fell 2 rungs to #5. Old Dominion, Estes, and Saia were the only 3 national carriers to exceed the industry benchmark for the group. We close it out right there on a Tuesday. Have a great day. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. like a dream, yeah, but